Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Black Family Estate. Long before the Ministry of Magic formalized the protection of wizarding dwellings, ancient families like the Blacks had already developed sophisticated means of concealing their homes from the prying eyes of muggles and undesirable magical folk alike. Number 12 Grimmauld Place stands as perhaps one of the most remarkable examples of such protective magic, a townhouse that simultaneously exists and doesn't exist in the heart of London. The noble and most ancient House of Black, as they proudly proclaimed themselves, established their London residence centuries ago when the area was still developing. With each generation, additional layers of protection were woven into the very foundation of the house, creating a tapestry of magical defenses that would eventually make it one of the most secure locations in wizarding Britain, second perhaps only to Hogwarts itself and certain departments within the Ministry of Magic. Nestled imperceptibly between numbers 11 and 13 in a row of identical London townhouses, number 12 seems to have been squeezed into existence through magic that bends both space and perception. To Muggle residents and passers-by on Grimmauld Place, the jump from number 11 to number 13 appears perfectly natural, their minds unable to perceive the magical dwelling that exists between them. The houses themselves seem to have shifted sideways to accommodate the hidden magical residence, though no Muggle has ever noticed this curious architectural anomaly. If you were to stand across the street on a rainy London evening, watching raindrops cascade down the facades of the Muggled Way, Bowlings you might notice, if you were a witch or wizard aware of its existence, how the raindrops seem to disappear momentarily as they pass through the space where number 12 should be, only to reappear as they continue their journey downward past the hidden threshold. Such subtle signs are visible only to those already aware of the magical nature of this location, further evidence of the sophisticated concealment charms at work. The exterior of number 12, on those rare occasions when it reveals itself to the magical eye, presents a grim and forbidding appearance. Its windows are grimy and often curtained, preventing any glimpse of the interior from the street. The black paint on the door has faded and cracked over decades of neglect, yet the silver serpent door knocker, a nod to the family's Slytherin connections, remains untarnished, protected by charms that have preserved it through the years. This door knocker is no mere decoration. It is said to have bitten the fingers of those it deemed unworthy to enter, though whether this is true or merely a family legend meant to intimidate visitors remains uncertain. The steps leading to the door are worn from centuries of use, yet they retain a certain dignity, much like the family itself, which clung to its pride even as its prominence within wizarding society waned. The small courtyard is enclosed by wrought iron railings, topped with finials shaped like serpent heads, another testament to the family's obsession with their pure-blood heritage and Slytherin connection. These aren't merely decorative either, for they've been enchanted to animate and strike at unwelcome visitors who linger too long. Upon entering the house, assuming you've been granted permission or somehow circumvented its many defenses, you would find yourself in a long hallway lit by gas lamps that cast eerie shadows on the peeling wallpaper. The chandelier overhead, cobwebbed and tarnished, is shaped like a serpent, continuing the motif that runs throughout the house. The portraits lining the walls, darkened with age, contain the sleeping images of Black family ancestors who might awaken to scrutinize visitors with suspicious eyes. Most imposing of all is the life-sized portrait of Walburga Black, mother of Sirius, which hangs in this entranceway covered by moth-eaten velvet curtains. When disturbed, Walburga's portrait awakens and unleashes torrents of abuse upon those she deems unworthy of entering her ancestral home, particularly those of mixed blood, or with sympathies toward Muggles. The portrait is affixed to the wall with a permanent sticking charm so powerful that not even the combined efforts of the Order of the Phoenix could remove it, a testament to the lasting power of old family magic. The hallway leads to a grand staircase made of dark wood, ornately carved with more serpentine designs. The banister feels cool to the touch, almost as if it retains the chill of the family's disposition toward outsiders. The steps creak underfoot, not from structural weakness, but almost as if the house itself is alive and aware of those moving within it. In many ways, after centuries of magical habitation, the house has indeed developed a sort of consciousness, not unlike Hogwarts, though considerably more malevolent in nature. Off the main hallway lies the drawing room, once an elegant space where the Blacks entertained prestigious pure-blood families. The long windows, though concealed from outside view by powerful magic, offer a one-way glimpse of the Muggle street below, allowing the Blacks to observe the non-magical world while remaining hidden from it. The heavy velvet curtains are embroidered with the family motto, Toujours pur, always pure, a reminder of their obsessive dedication to blood purity. The walls of this room are adorned with the infamous Black family tapestry, a magical artifact chronicling the family tree back through the centuries. Names are embroidered in golden thread that seems to shimmer with its own inner light, connected by fine lines that burn themselves into the fabric through magic, rather than mere craftsmanship. More telling are the small burn marks where family members were literally blasted off the tapestry for marrying Muggles, supporting Muggle rights, or otherwise bringing shame to the family name, including Sirius Black himself. The dining room contains a long table of dark polished wood that could seat 20, though it had been many years since the Blacks hosted large gatherings by the time the house became headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. The chairs are high-backed and uncomfortable, carved with the family crest, and designed, it seems, to keep diners alert rather than relaxed. Perhaps a reflection of the family's perpetual vigilance against those they considered enemies. The kitchen lies below stairs, a cavernous room with a massive fireplace and ancient stone walls that predates much of the house above. This space, primarily the domain of House-Elves rather than family members, contains a large wooden table where the Order of the Phoenix would eventually hold their meetings. The walls are lined with dressers containing the Black family's ancestral silver, goblets, plates, and utensils emblazoned with the family crest. Many of these items are imbued with subtle curses designed to poison or injure those not of Black blood who might use them without permission. Throughout the many bedrooms and studies that occupy the upper floors, cabinets and display cases hold dark artifacts collected by generations of Blacks, evidence of the family's fascination with the dark arts. These objects, from cursed music boxes to snuff boxes filled with wart-cap powder, form an unofficial museum of dark magical history. Many were designed specifically to harm Muggles or those the family considered blood traitors, revealing the depths of the family's prejudice. The library contains ancient tomes of dark magic, some written in languages long forgotten by the wider wizarding world. The knowledge contained within these books is both powerful and dangerous. Spells and potions that the Ministry would certainly classify as forbidden if they knew of their existence. The shelves themselves seem to absorb light, creating an atmosphere of perpetual gloom that even the strongest Lumos charm struggles to fully penetrate. Yet, for all its grandeur and magical significance, Number 12 Grimmauld Place had fallen into a state of decay and neglect by the time it became the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. With the death of the last dedicated Black householder, Walburga, the house had been maintained only by the ancient house-elf creature, whose diminishing powers and increasing madness left him unable to properly care for such a large dwelling. The once grand rooms became thick with dust, doxies infested the curtains, and a boggart took up residence in a writing desk. The plumbing groaned and clanked, and the gas lamps flickered unreliably, but while its physical condition deteriorated, the magical protections surrounding number 12 Grimmauld Place remained as strong as ever, testament to the power and permanence of old family enchantments. These protections would later be reinforced and augmented when Albus Dumbledore designated the house as headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, adding the Fidelius charm to the already formidable defenses. As you creep through the halls of this ancient dwelling, you might feel the weight of its history pressing in around you, the centuries of magical habitation, the dark secrets hidden within its walls, the prejudice and pride that characterized the Black family legacy. Yet you might also sense something else, the potential for redemption, for this house of darkness to serve as a fortress of light in the struggle against Lord Voldemort. The story of number 12 Grimmauld Place is, in many ways, a microcosm of the wizarding world itself, a place where ancient prejudices and modern ideals clash, where dark history and hopeful futures collide. As the ancestral home of one of Britain's oldest pure-blood families became the secret headquarters for those fighting against pure-blood supremacy, the very walls seemed to embody the central conflict of the wizarding world. As the soft glow of magical lamps casts long shadows through the corridors of this enigmatic dwelling, one question remains. In a house built upon generations of magical prejudice, can the very walls themselves eventually absorb new values, new purposes, or is some magic too deeply embedded to ever truly change? Chapter 2. The Fidelius Charm. Secrets whisper through the magical world like an invisible current, powerful and transformative. Of all the protective enchantments ever devised by wizard kind, perhaps none is as profoundly powerful or as poetically complex as the Fidelius Charm, the spell that formed the cornerstone of number 12 Grimmauld Place's protection during the darkest days of Lord Voldemort's second rise to power. Imagine, if you will, a spell so absolute in its concealment that it doesn't merely hide a physical location. It buries the very knowledge of its existence deep within the soul of a single trusted individual. This is the essence of the Fidelius Charm, an enchantment of extraordinary subtlety and strength that transcends ordinary magical protections by operating on the level of knowledge itself. When Albus Dumbledore cast the Fidelius Charm upon number 12 Grimmauld Place in the summer following Voldemort's return, he enacted one of the most sophisticated pieces of magic seen in the modern wizarding era. The process itself is shrouded in secrecy, known only to the most accomplished magic practitioners, but what is understood is that the spell involves an intricate wandwork combined with a lengthy incantation that must be performed in absolute concentration. The air itself seems to shimmer and bend around a dwelling during the casting of a Fidelius Charm, as if reality is being gently folded and tucked away. Those who have witnessed this rare magical occurrence describe a moment when the building appears to waver, like heat rising from summer pavement, before settling back into place, now invisible to all except those the secret keeper willingly informs. When Dumbledore became the secret keeper for number 12 Grimmauld Place, the knowledge of the house's existence became literally impossible to locate except within his own mind. It was as though the house had been erased from the collective memory of humanity, existing in a liminal space between reality and oblivion. Even those who had visited the house countless times before would find themselves unable to recall its location, or even its existence, until Dumbledore specifically shared the secret with them. The way in which a secret keeper shares this information is itself a manifestation of the charm's elegant design. It need not be spoken in person. Indeed, the secret can be transmitted through written word, as Dumbledore demonstrated by providing the address on parchment to New Order members who needed access to headquarters. The mere act of reading the words, "The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London," would suddenly make the previously invisible townhouse materialize before one's eyes, slipping into existence between numbers 11 and 13, as if it had always been there. This written disclosure provides a fascinating insight into the nature of magical information transfer. The secret, once committed to parchment by the secret keeper, carries with it a portion of the charm's power. When destroyed, burned, perhaps, or dissolved in water, the information becomes irrecoverable by anyone who has not already been made aware of it. Thus, the Order took great care with such written disclosures, ensuring they were destroyed immediately after use to prevent any possibility, however remote, of the information falling into the wrong hands. What makes the Fidelius charm particularly remarkable is that it doesn't simply conceal a location from sight. It conceals the very knowledge that the location exists at all. A Death Eater could press their face against the window of number 12 and still be unable to perceive it without being explicitly told of its existence by the secret keeper. They might notice a strange gap between numbers 11 and 13, might even feel a vague sense of confusion about the numbering, but would be magically prevented from pursuing that train of thought to its logical conclusion. The history of the Fidelius charm stretches back through wizarding history to medieval times, though its exact origin remains disputed among magical historians. Some attribute its creation to Morgan Le Fay, who allegedly developed the charm to hide safe havens for those practicing magic during times of Muggle persecution. Others credit the less known, but equally brilliant 12th century sorceress Celestina of Montmorency, renowned for her innovations in protective enchantments. Regardless of its creator, the charm has always been exceedingly rare in its application, owing both to its complexity and the weighty responsibility it places upon the secret keeper. The magical theory underlying the Fidelius charm interweaves elements of concealment charms with aspects of memory magic and the ancient principles of soul magic, creating a protection that operates on multiple magical levels simultaneously. Unlike simpler protective enchantments that might be broken by sufficiently powerful counterspells, the Fidelius charm creates a kind of metaphysical blind spot that resists direct magical assault. You cannot break what you cannot perceive to exist in the first place. The role of the secret keeper is perhaps the most crucial element of the charm. This individual becomes not merely a guardian of information, but a living vessel for a fragment of reality itself. The secret takes up residence within them, becoming inextricably bound to their being in a manner not entirely unlike a Horcrux binds a fragment of soul, though of course, without the moral corruption and spiritual damage that Horcruxes entail. This profound connection between secret and keeper is what gives the charm both its tremendous power and its potential vulnerability. Should a secret keeper choose to reveal the information, no force on earth can prevent them from doing so. No spell, no potion, not even the imperious curse can force the revelation. It must be given willingly. However, this also means that a secret keeper who chooses to betray their trust can do so completely and irreversibly. The wizarding world learned this bitter lesson through the tragedy of James and Lily Potter. Their decision to entrust their location to Peter Pettigrew rather than Sirius Black led directly to Voldemort, finding their hidden cottage in Godric's Hollow. This historical failure has made many wizards wary of employing the Fidelius charm, fearing that they too might misplace their trust with equally catastrophic results. Dumbledore, in designating himself as secret keeper for Grimmauld Place, eliminated this particular risk. His unwavering loyalty to the Order and his immense magical power made him perhaps the ideal secret keeper, a fact that contributed significantly to the security of the Order's headquarters throughout the year of secret resistance that followed Voldemort's return. What few outside the most learned magical theorists realize is that the Fidelius charm creates a unique magical resonance within the hidden location itself. The walls of number 12 Grimmauld Place, already saturated with centuries of protective enchantments from the Black family, developed an additional layer of magical sensitivity under the influence of the Fidelius. This is why conversations held within were absolutely secure from eavesdropping, why even the most sophisticated extendable ears of Fred and George Weasley could not penetrate beyond certain barriers within the house. The very air within Grimmauld Place seemed to hold secrets close, as if the atmosphere itself had become selective about what information it would transmit. Sound traveled differently in such magically concealed spaces, whispers sometimes carrying clearly across large rooms, while shouts might be muffled just a few feet away, depending on the sensitivity of the information being discussed. One particularly fascinating aspect of the Fidelius charm is what happens to a protected location when observed from a distance. Those watching from nearby buildings who had not been told the secret would see a perfectly ordinary gap between numbers 11 and 13. If they happened to be watching when someone under the protection of the secret entered or exited the building, they would experience a curious moment of distraction, perhaps a sudden urge to check their watch, or a fleeting thought that would draw their attention momentarily away. By the time they looked back, the person would have vanished, seemingly into solid brick, yet the observer would find nothing unusual about this, and would simply continue about their business. The question of what happens when a secret keeper dies represents one of the most fascinating aspects of this extraordinary charm. Magical theorists long debated this point, until the tragic circumstance of Dumbledore's death provided the answer. Rather than the secret dying with the keeper, as some had speculated, everyone who had been told the secret became secret keepers themselves. This multiplication of secret keepers significantly weakened the protection, not in terms of the fundamental concealment, but in the statistical likelihood of the secret being revealed, whether intentionally or under duress. Even after this dilution of the charm following Dumbledore's passing, the enchantment continued to shield Grimmauld Place, allowing it to serve as a temporary safe house for Harry, Ron, and Hermione during their hunt for Voldemort's Horcruxes. The fact that the protection remained effective even after being stretched across dozens of secret keepers testifies to the extraordinary power of Dumbledore's original casting. The Fidelius charm's interaction with the many other protections at Grimmauld Place created a magical synergy that magical theorists will likely study for generations. The charm didn't simply layer atop existing protections, it wove itself through them, strengthening weak points and being reinforced in turn. Where Black family enchantments might have had vulnerabilities, the Fidelius sealed them. Where the Fidelius might have had theoretical weaknesses, ancient family magic reinforced it. As evening shadows grow longer across London streets, and muggles pass unwittingly by the space where number 12 should be, consider the extraordinary magic that makes a building simultaneously exist and not exist. The Fidelius charm represents magic at its most profound. The power not merely to alter physical reality, but to reshape perception itself. To hold a secret so completely that it vanishes from the world except where willingly shared. In a world where information has become increasingly difficult to control, where secrets seem to slip through even the most careful fingers, does not the Fidelius charm represent a kind of magic we all sometimes wish for in our own lives? The ability to shelter something precious from all eyes, save those we choose to trust with our deepest truths. Chapter 3. Concealment from Muggles. The soft lamplight of evening falls across the London street, illuminating rows of identical townhouses with their orderly numbered facades. A Muggle couple strolls hand in hand past number 11, their conversation fading into the background hum of the city as they approach number 13, without the slightest hesitation or confusion. Their eyes slide smoothly from one building to the next, perceiving nothing unusual in the progression of numbers. This unremarkable moment contains within it one of the most remarkable feats of magical concealment in Britain, for between those two Muggle dwellings exists another world entirely, one that has been hidden in plain sight for centuries. The concealment of number 12 Grimmauld Place from Muggle awareness represents layers of magical protection that go far beyond the more recently applied Fidelius charm. Long before Albus Dumbledore made the townhouse unplottable, generations of Black family wizards had worked to ensure their ancestral home remained invisible to non-magical eyes. This concealment embodies the very essence of how the wizarding world has existed alongside the Muggle world for centuries, present yet unseen, occupying the same physical space yet separated by a veil of perception that only magic can penetrate. At its most fundamental level, Number 12 exists in a state that magical theorists refer to as dimensionally adjacent to the Muggle world. The townhouse occupies physical space that, by all laws of Muggle physics, simply shouldn't exist. The distance between numbers 11 and 13 appears perfectly normal to Muggle perception, perhaps 10 meters of brick facade, yet somehow contains within it a full townhouse of considerable size. This spatial anomaly represents one of the most common yet least understood forms of wizarding magic, the expansion of space beyond its natural dimensions. Similar magic can be found throughout the wizarding world, from the modest expansion charms that allow a tent to contain multiple rooms to the grand architectural impossibility of Hogwarts Castle's interior vastly exceeding its exterior dimensions. Yet what makes the concealment of Grimmauld Place particularly remarkable is how seamlessly it integrates into the Muggle urban landscape without creating any noticeable distortion. The Black family, unlike some pure-blood wizarding families who chose to distance themselves entirely from Muggle settlements, deliberately established their London residence in what was, even centuries ago, a densely populated Muggle neighborhood. This decision reflected not a desire for integration, but rather a certain arrogance, a belief that through superior magic they could exist literally in the midst of the Muggle world, while remaining completely separate from it. The foundational magic that makes this possible is the unplottable charm, an enchantment that renders a location impossible to chart on any map. When city planners laid out the numbering system for Grimmauld Place, their quills and minds alike simply skipped from 11 to 13 without awareness of the omission. No Muggle map of London, whether drawn in the 18th century or printed from the most sophisticated modern digital database, has ever shown number 12. The house exists in a curious cartographical blind spot, a location that cannot be recorded through any Muggle means. This unplottable nature extends beyond mere map-making. Any Muggle attempting to deliberately search for a building between numbers 11 and 13 would find themselves suddenly remembering urgent appointments elsewhere, or experiencing confusion about what they were looking for in the first place. The magic does not just conceal the building, it actively diverts attention away from the very possibility of its existence. The physical placement of the house required extraordinary magical engineering. When the original Black family wizards constructed number 12, they performed complex spatial manipulation spells to literally create space where none existed before. Rather than demolishing and rebuilding the Muggle structures, they magically pushed them apart, inserting their townhouse between them like a book sliding onto a shelf. The Muggle buildings shifted to accommodate this intrusion without any resident noticing the change, windows, doors, and rooms rearranging themselves seamlessly overnight. This spatial manipulation is maintained through what magical architects call continual adjustment enchantments, spells that constantly refresh themselves, ensuring the stability of the magical space. These enchantments draw power from the ambient magic that accumulates in places of long-term wizarding habitation, creating a self-sustaining system that has maintained the dimensional integrity of Grimmauld Place for generations without requiring active upkeep from the family. The exterior walls of number 12 incorporate specialized Muggle-repelling charms that work on multiple sensory levels. To Muggle eyes, the space simply doesn't register. Their gaze slides from number 11 to 13 without pausing on the space between. Even if a Muggle were to accidentally stumble toward the hidden townhouse, they would suddenly find themselves remembering an urgent appointment, or feeling an inexplicable desire to walk on the opposite side of the street. These repelling charms affect not just vision but all senses. Muggle ears cannot hear sounds emanating from within. Number 12. Regardless of their volume, the scent of cooking from the kitchen, the warmth radiating from the building on cold days, even the subtle vibrations of movement within, all are rendered imperceptible to non-magical senses. It is as though the house exists behind a complete sensory barrier, untouchable and undetectable through any Muggle means. Perhaps most ingeniously, these concealment charms include elements that prevent Muggles from questioning the oddity of the numbering system itself. A Muggle postal worker, delivering mail might momentarily wonder about the jump from 11 to 13, but the thought would dissolve before fully forming, replaced by absolute certainty that the numbering is perfectly normal. This aspect of the enchantment affects not just perception, but cognition itself, preventing the very questions that might lead to discovery. The magical concealment extends to modern Muggle technology as well. Satellite imaging shows a seamless row of buildings with no gap or anomaly where number 12 stands. Utility companies have no record of gas, water, or electricity being supplied to the non-existent address. Property tax records show no entry for the plot. The enchantments have adapted over centuries to account for every new method by which Muggles might detect an unusual dwelling. During the 19th century, when Muggle London underwent significant development and redevelopment, the magical protections faced their greatest challenge. Records indicate that Phineas Nigellus Black, then patriarch of the family, and later Hogwarts headmaster, personally reinforced the concealment enchantments during this period, ensuring they would withstand the scrutiny of Muggle urban planners and engineers who were mapping and remapping the city for modernization projects. These reinforced protections proved their worth during the Muggle World Wars, when large portions of London suffered bombing damage. Buildings near Grimmauld Place were struck, yet the enchantments held firm, not only protecting the wizarding dwelling from physical harm, but maintaining its concealment even as Muggle authorities conducted detailed surveys of damaged areas. It is said that Muggle rescue workers would walk directly past the boundary of number 12 while searching for survivors in adjacent buildings, never perceiving the undamaged structure standing unblemished amid the destruction. The interaction between these ancient concealment charms and the more recent Fidelius charm applied by Dumbledore created a uniquely powerful protection. While the older magic made the house unnoticeable to Muggles, the Fidelius charm extended this concealment to wizards as well, with the crucial distinction that magical people could be selectively informed of its existence. This created a dwelling that was, for a time, perhaps the most completely hidden inhabited structure in Britain, invisible to all Muggles permanently, and to all wizards except those specifically told of its location by the secret keeper. From a magical theory perspective, this combination of concealment methods represented distinct approaches to magical hiding. The traditional Black family enchantments operated primarily on perception and space, physically inserting the house into reality, but rendering it imperceptible. The Fidelius, by contrast, worked on the level of knowledge itself, making the very concept of the house's existence impossible to grasp without direct disclosure from the secret keeper. The layering of these different magical approaches created redundant protection systems. Even if one method were somehow compromised, others would remain. If a particularly sensitive Muggle somehow overcame the perception-altering enchantments, they would still be unable to enter or interact with a dwelling whose existence was concealed by the Fidelius charm. Conversely, if a Death Eater somehow learned of the house's existence through the Fidelius charm being compromised, they would still need to contend with the centuries-old protective enchantments placed by generations of talented Black family wizards. When the Order of the Phoenix took up residence in Grimmauld Place, they benefited from this long history of magical concealment, while adding their own protections. The building's complete isolation from Muggle awareness provided them with the security they needed during secret meetings. No Muggle neighbor would ever report strange comings and goings, unusual sounds, or mysterious lights at the non-existent address. The wizarding resistance could operate literally in the heart of London without leaving a trace in the Muggle world. As you drift towards sleep, imagine standing on that London street as evening deepens into night. Street lamps cast pools of light on the pavement, illuminating the neat row of townhouses with their orderly numbered doors. Between 11 and 13, shadows seem to gather more deeply, though no Muggle eye would notice this subtle difference. What does it mean to exist, yet not exist? To occupy space that simultaneously is and isn't there. In the gentle dance between perception and reality, between the visible world and the magical realm that exists alongside it, do we not find the very essence of what makes magic so wonderfully mysterious? the ability to create truth that exists only for those with eyes to see it. Chapter 4. Ancestral Protections. Beneath the more visible enchantments that conceal number 12 Grimold, place from Muggle eyes and wizarding enemies alike, lies a deeper, more ancient layer of protection. Magic laid down by generations of Black family members over centuries of continuous habitation. These ancestral protections represent the accumulated magical knowledge and power of one of Britain's oldest pure-blood families, a tapestry of spells, curses, and enchantments woven so tightly into the very foundation of the house that they have become almost indistinguishable from the structure itself. The noble and most ancient House of Black, as they proudly styled themselves, were practitioners of magic that modern wizards might consider uncomfortably dark. Yet in the realm of protective enchantments, this willingness to explore the boundaries of acceptable magic resulted in defenses of extraordinary potency and durability. Unlike the standardized protection charms taught at Hogwarts or employed by the Ministry, Black family magic drew upon older, more primal sources of magical power, blood ties, sacrificial elements, and the accumulated magical resonance that builds in places of continuous wizarding habitation. At the very foundation of the house, beneath the flagstones of the basement kitchen, lies the first and most fundamental layer of protection. When the original structure was built in the late medieval period, it was common practice among wizarding families to incorporate protective elements into the foundation stones themselves. The Blacks, being particularly thorough in their pursuit of security, are said to have embedded specially prepared stones at each corner of the property, creating what magical architects call a warded perimeter. These foundation stones, likely carved with ancient runic symbols and imbued with magic through elaborate rituals, establish the basic magical boundary of the property. Any witch or wizard with sensitivity to magical auras would feel a subtle shift when crossing this boundary, a whisper of awareness from the house itself, acknowledging their presence. For those of Black family blood, this sensation would be one of recognition, even welcome. For others, particularly those with intentions harmful to the family, the sensation might be decidedly more threatening. Above these foundation stones, the walls of Grimold Place contain their own protective elements. Unlike modern magical construction, which typically applies enchantments after the physical structure is complete, the Blacks incorporated magical substances directly into the building materials. The mortar binding the bricks contains ingredients that would raise eyebrows at the Ministry of Magic: powdered dragon eggshell for strength and resilience, silver dust to repel certain dark creatures, and if family legends are to be believed, a few drops of Black family blood in each batch to bind the protection to their bloodline. The windows represent a particularly vulnerable point in any magical dwelling, and the Blacks addressed this weakness with characteristic thoroughness. The glass panes appear ordinary to casual observation, but close inspection would reveal subtle patterns in the material, swirling designs that become visible only at certain angles or in particular light. These patterns are actually intricate protective runes, incorporated into the glass during its creation through a specialized magical glass-blowing technique, largely forgotten in modern times. These enchanted windows serve multiple protective functions. They prevent scrying, magical attempts to view the interior of the house from outside. By dissolving such spells on contact, they filter incoming light, neutralizing any magical traces or curses that might be carried on beams of sunlight. A subtle form of magical attack known to ancient Egyptian wizards. Perhaps most practically, they are virtually unbreakable, resisting not only physical force, but most magical attempts at destruction as well. Doorways and other entrances received special attention in the Black family's defensive strategy. The front door of number 12 incorporates multiple layers of protection, beginning with the silver serpent knocker that can reportedly distinguish between those of pure blood and those of lesser magical heritage. Beyond this somewhat theatrical feature lies more substantial magic, enchantments that can seal the doorway entirely against unwanted visitors, regardless of what magical means they might employ to gain entry. The Black family's protective magic extends beyond mere physical barriers to incorporate more active defensive measures. Throughout the house, particularly at key junctures like landings and doorways, lie dormant hexes, spells designed to activate only when triggered by specific conditions. Some might target intruders bearing the dark mark, while others might activate when anyone not of black blood attempts to access certain rooms or possessions. These hexes range from the relatively benign confusion and disorientation to the decidedly harmful skin eruptions, temporary blindness, or worse. Perhaps the most distinctive feature of ancestral wizarding protections is their connection to family bloodlines. The Blacks, like many ancient pureblood families, incorporated blood-binding elements into their protective magic, creating defenses that responded differently to those sharing the family's magical heritage. This practice, considered somewhat distasteful in modern wizarding society due to its associations with blood status prejudice, nevertheless creates protections of remarkable sophistication and discriminatory power. The practical manifestation of these blood-bound protections can be observed in how the house responded differently to various occupants during its time as headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius Black, despite being disowned by his mother, remained recognized by the house's oldest enchantments as a true scion of the Black line. Doors would unlock for him that remained stubbornly sealed for others. Rooms would illuminate upon his entry while staying resolutely dark for non-family members. After Sirius's death, when ownership passed to Harry Potter, who, though not a Black by name, had a connection through his grandmother Doria Black, the house's ancient magic acknowledged this transfer of ownership, albeit somewhat reluctantly. This grudging acceptance manifested in subtle ways: doors that had previously jammed suddenly opening smoothly, lights responding more readily to commands, and most significantly, the allegiance of Creature the House-Elf transferring to Harry, despite the creature's initial hostility. This transfer of protective loyalty represents one of the most fascinating aspects of ancestral wizarding defenses. Unlike modern spells that can be broken or countered through opposing magic, these ancient protections incorporate elements of magical recognition and decision-making, almost a form of limited sentience. The house itself, after centuries of magical reinforcement, developed a kind of awareness, particularly regarding who should or should not be granted access to its secrets. The Library of Grimmauld Place offers a perfect example of this discriminatory protection. Containing books of considerable dark magical knowledge, some so dangerous they were kept permanently chained to their shelves. The room incorporated protections that went beyond simple locking charms. Visitors to the house during the Order's occupation reported that certain volumes would remain firmly shut despite their best efforts to open them, while others would snap closed on fingers that turned too many pages. The books themselves had been enchanted to recognize appropriate or inappropriate readers, just as the house recognized appropriate or inappropriate occupants. Beyond these practical protections lie more esoteric defenses, magical barriers operating on principles poorly understood even by accomplished modern wizards. The Blacks, with their interest in the more arcane branches of magic, incorporated elements of sympathetic enchantment, astrological alignment, and numerological resonance into their protective schemes. Certain defenses might strengthen or weaken according to lunar phases, others might respond to the speaking of specific words or names within the house. One particularly powerful form of ancestral protection manifests through magical contracts binding to the family. The most visible example of this binding magic can be observed in Creature the House-Elf, whose servitude was magically enforced through generations of magical obligation. This same principle of binding extends to certain aspects of the house itself: enchantments that activate only for family members, secrets that reveal themselves only to those with black blood, and safeguards that recognize legitimate inheritance, even when family relationships have been officially severed. The portrait of Walburga Black, with its seemingly permanent attachment to the wall, and its violent reaction to blood traitors and mudbloods, represents not merely a disagreeable painting, but an extension of these binding protections. in wizarding portraits of sufficient magical quality, particularly those of family matriarchs and patriarchs. Elements of the subject's personality and magical signature persist after death. Walburga's portrait served as both sentry and magical focus point, reinforcing the ancestral protections throughout the house through her continued if two-dimensional presence. During peaceful times, these layered ancestral protections might seem excessive, even paranoid. However, during both wizarding wars, their value became apparent. Death Eaters, despite their considerable magical abilities and their knowledge that the Order of the Phoenix must be meeting somewhere, were unable to locate or breach Grimmauld Place. Even before the additional protection of the Fidelius charm, the ancestral magic of the Black family would have presented a formidable barrier to any would-be attackers. What distinguishes ancestral protections from more conventional magical defenses is their adaptability and growth over time. Each generation of the Black family added their own contributions to the protective magic, responding to new threats and incorporating new magical discoveries. Unlike modern security spells that deteriorate without regular maintenance, these layered family enchantments actually strengthened with age, drawing power from the accumulated magical resonance of the dwelling and the continued recognition of family bloodlines. This self-reinforcing quality explains why, despite years of neglect following Walburga's death, the protective enchantments remained robust when the Order took possession of the house. The physical structure might have deteriorated, plagued by damp doxies and boggarts, but the magical protections continued to function as designed, recognizing Sirius as the legitimate inheritor, despite his mother's attempts to disown him. As the night deepens around the hidden townhouse, and the sounds of Muggle London grow distant, consider the extraordinary magical legacy contained within those walls. Generation after generation of a single family, pooling their magical knowledge and power to create a sanctuary that would endure for centuries. In a world where even the most powerful spells eventually fade, and where magical skill varies greatly from one wizard to the next, does not this accumulation of protective magic through bloodlines represent one of the most enduring forms of magical achievement? And what does it tell us about the nature of magic itself that it can recognize, remember, and respect the bonds of family, even when the human members of that family have long since turned against one another? Chapter 5. Portraits and Magical Sentinels. In the darkened corridors of number 12 Grimmauld Place, beyond the physical barriers and magical wards, exists a more vigilant form of protection, one that watches with painted eyes and listens with enchanted ears. The portraits that hang throughout the ancestral home of the Black family represent far more than mere decoration or family remembrance. They form an intricate network of magical sentinels, a surveillance system crafted through centuries of magical tradition that brings the very walls of the house to watchful life. As you move through the shadowy hallways of the ancient townhouse, you might feel the unmistakable sensation of being observed. This feeling, unsettling to uninvited guests but reassuring to legitimate occupants, stems from the dozens of painted eyes that follow your progress from ornate frames hung at strategic locations throughout the house. From the imposing entrance hall to the narrowest servants' passage, no movement within Grimmauld Place goes entirely unwatched. The centerpiece of this portrait network, and the most vocal guardian of the Black family's ancestral home, is undoubtedly the life-sized painting of Walburga Black that dominates the entrance hall. Concealed behind moth-eaten velvet curtains when dormant, this remarkable magical artifact erupts into furious life when disturbed, hurling invective at those Walburga's painted consciousness deems unworthy of entering her family home. Her shrill cries of blood traitors and mudbloods echo through the house, serving both as alarm and as manifestation of the ancestral prejudices woven into the very fabric of the dwelling. What makes Walburga's portrait particularly remarkable is not merely its volume or vitriol, but its permanence. Affixed to the wall with a permanent sticking charm of extraordinary power, the painting resisted all attempts at removal, including the considerable magical skills of Albus Dumbledore himself. This immovability represents more than mere adhesion. It signifies the portrait's integration into the house's magical defense system. Walburga's painting does not merely hang upon the wall, it has become part of the wall, an extension of the house's semi-sentient protective awareness. Though most prominent, Walburga's is far from the only portrait serving as magical sentinel within Grimmauld Place. Throughout the house hang dozens of paintings depicting Black family ancestors, each contributing in its own way to the dwelling's security. Unlike the moving photographs common in modern wizarding households, which capture only a moment of life and its associated movements, proper magical portraits contain impressions of their subjects' personalities, knowledge, and in some cases, magical capabilities. The creation of such portraits is a specialized magical art, one that reached its zenith in the 18th and 19th centuries, when many of the Black family portraits were commissioned. The process involves not only skilled artistic rendering, but complex enchantment. The canvas prepared with magical solutions, paints mixed with ingredients like powdered moonstone and essences of memory, and the completed work subjected to spells that bind elements of the subject's consciousness to their painted image. The degree of awareness and activity exhibited by a magical portrait depends on several factors: the skill of the artist and enchanter, the magical power of the subject, and critically, the amount of time the subject spent with their portrait while alive. Many of the Black family ancestors made a practice of regularly updating their portraits, sitting before them, and allowing additional impressions of their changing selves to transfer to the painted image. This practice created portraits of unusual depth and responsiveness, capable of sophisticated interaction with the living. These portraits function as perfect sentinels for several reasons. Unlike living guards, they require no sustenance, never sleep, and remain eternally vigilant. They cannot be bribed or threatened, as their painted existence is beyond physical harm. Most importantly, they share the values and prejudices of the Black family, instinctively recognizing undesirable visitors and raising alarm when appropriate. The network of portraits maintains constant silent communication. A visitor observed by a painting in the entrance hall will find themselves already expected when they reach the upper floors. With portraits, they're already alert and watchful. This communication happens through a phenomenon magical theorists call frame walking, the ability of painted figures to move from one portrait to another, carrying information as they go. This frame walking ability creates fascinating possibilities for surveillance. A particularly dedicated portrait subject might follow an intruder throughout the entire house, moving from frame to maintain observation. During the Order of the Phoenix's occupation of Grimmauld Place, members often noticed the same painted face appearing in different portraits as they moved through the house, ancestral Blacks keeping suspicious watch on these interlopers in their family home. Beyond mere observation, the more magically powerful portraits possess limited abilities to interact with the physical world around them. Walburga's painting demonstrates this through its ear-splitting volume, but subtler interactions are possible as well. Some portraits can affect nearby magical objects, influence the behavior of enchanted items, or even, in cases of portraits containing impressions of particularly powerful wizards or witches, cast simplified versions of spells. Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait represents a special case within this surveillance network. As a former Hogwarts headmaster, Phineas Nigellus had a duplicate portrait hanging in the headmaster's office at the school. This created a direct communication channel between Grimmauld Place and Hogwarts, a connection that proved useful during both the First and Second Wizarding Wars. Through Phineas Nigellus, information could travel between these locations without the risk of interception that might accompany owl post or other methods of communication. This connection to Hogwarts highlights an important aspect of magical portraits as sentinels, their ability to extend surveillance beyond the physical boundaries of the house itself. Through their counterparts hanging in other locations, the painted guardians of Grimmauld Place could gather intelligence from the wider wizarding world, providing early warning of potential threats or valuable information about events elsewhere. The relationship between the portraits and the other protective enchantments of Grimmauld Place creates a synergistic defense system. Information gathered by the painted sentinels can trigger responses from other protective elements of the house. A portrait observing an intruder might activate dormant hexes, seal doorways, or alert other magical defenses. This integration of awareness and action makes the combined protection far more effective than either element would be independently. During their occupation of Grimmauld Place, the Order of the Phoenix found themselves navigating this portrait network with varying degrees of success. Sirius Black, as a legitimate heir to the house despite his mother's attempts to disown him, could command a certain degree of cooperation from the portraits, though many remained sullen and resistant. After Sirius's death, when ownership passed to Harry Potter, the portrait sentinels became even more unpredictable, some recognizing the transfer of legitimate ownership, while others rebelled against this final insult to the purity of the Black family line. This ambivalence within the portrait network created both vulnerabilities and opportunities. While some painted ancestors might deliberately mislead Order members or spy on their activities to report to more hostile portraits, others, particularly those who had themselves been estranged from the family mainstream during life, might offer subtle assistance or at least benign neutrality. The portraits of Grimmauld Place also serve another function beyond mere surveillance. They act as repositories of family knowledge and magical lore. The painted ancestors retain impressions of the information they possessed in life, including details about the house itself, its hidden features, and the nature of its protections. In extremity, a legitimate heir might extract valuable information from even a reluctant portrait, drawing upon the deep magical connection between painted guardian and family blood. This characteristic makes the portrait network not merely protective, but informative, a painted library of family history and magical knowledge preserved across generations. The subjects retain memories of magic long forgotten in the wider wizarding world, spells and techniques specific to the Black family tradition, and secrets about the house that might never have been committed to written record. For the Order of the Phoenix, this aspect of the portraits presented a double-edged sword. While potentially offering access to valuable information about the house's defenses and features, attempting to extract such knowledge meant engaging with the often hostile painted sentinels, alerting them to areas of interest or vulnerability that the Order might prefer to keep secret. Consider also the psychological impact of these painted watchers on those dwelling within Grimmauld Place. For Sirius Black, returning to his childhood home meant living under the perpetual scornful gaze of the family he had rejected, and who had rejected him, a constant, inescapable reminder of his traumatic upbringing. For visitors to the house, the sensation of being continually observed created an atmosphere of tension and unease that complemented the house's other defenses by keeping intruders psychologically off balance. Beyond the portraits, Grimmauld Place contained other forms of magical sentinels, objects enchanted for alertness, like the serpent-shaped door knocker that could allegedly bite unwelcome hands, or certain mirrors, said to emit warning sounds when reflecting unfamiliar faces, formed another layer of vigilance throughout the house. These items, often appearing as mere decorative elements to casual observation, contained detection charms that activated in response to specific triggers. In the traditional wizarding homes of ancient families like the Blacks, the distinction between decoration and defense often blurred completely. The silver candelabra that illuminated the dining room could detect poison in food placed beneath them, tarnishing instantly and warning. The ornate grandfather clock in the drawing room was said to tick differently when counting down the final hours of a dying occupant of the house. The very carpets underfoot contained detection charms that could distinguish between family members and strangers by their tread. This integration of vigilance into everyday objects represents a distinctly wizarding approach to security, one that values subtlety and tradition over obvious barriers. Where a Muggle might install alarm systems or cameras, a wizarding family like the Blacks would enchant their heirlooms and artwork to serve the same function while maintaining the aesthetic and atmosphere befitting their status. The network of portraits and enchanted objects throughout Grimmauld Place creates a comprehensive surveillance system that complemented the house's other defenses perfectly. where physical barriers might be breached and magical wards might be countered. The watchful painted eyes remained ever vigilant, ensuring that no intrusion would go unnoticed, and no intruder would move through the house unobserved. As moonlight filters through the grimy windows of number 12, casting long shadows across walls lined with watchful portraits, consider the unique nature of these magical sentinels, not merely images but echoes of consciousness, not merely decorations, but extensions of the house's protective awareness. In a world where technology increasingly replaces human vigilance, might there not be something profoundly comforting in these painted guardians, who watch with unwavering attention through the long night hours? Or is there something unsettling in the thought of never truly being alone, even in the privacy of one's ancestral home, always observed by the painted eyes of those who came before? Chapter 6. Creature and House-Elf Magic. In the shadowed corners and hidden passages of number 12 Grimmauld Place dwells a guardian whose magic is fundamentally different from the spells that protect the walls and windows. Stooped with age, his skin hanging in folds from his thin frame, with enormous bat-like ears and bloodshot eyes the size of tennis balls, Creature, the house-elf, represents a form of magical protection entirely distinct from wands and incantations, yet no less powerful for its difference. To understand how Creature contributes to the protection of Grimmauld Place requires us to look beyond the often overlooked surface of house-elf existence into the profound magical bond that connects these beings to the wizarding families they serve. Though many wizards regard house-elves as mere servants, convenient magical creatures whose purpose is to cook, clean, and obey, the relationship between a house-elf and an ancient wizarding home like Grimmauld Place is far more complex and magically significant. The bond between a house-elf and the family they serve is not merely one of employment or even ownership. It is a magical contract of extraordinary depth, often stretching back centuries and binding generations of elves to generations of wizards. This bond is magically enforceable, compelling the elf to obedience and preventing them from directly betraying their masters. Yet it also connects the elf to the family dwelling in ways that go beyond simple servitude, making them an extension of the house's magical identity. For Creature, whose ancestors had served the Black family for at least 7 generations, this bond had grown particularly profound. His connection to Grimmauld Place was not merely that of a servant to a workplace, but of a guardian to a sanctuary, a relationship expressed through magic that was intrinsic to his very being. The distinction is crucial. Where a wizard applies magic through study and technique, a house-elf's magic is innate, instinctive, and intimately connected to the dwelling they protect. This innate magical connection manifests in several ways that enhance the protection of Grimmauld Place. Perhaps most fundamentally, Creature can access and navigate the house in ways impossible for wizards. House-elves possess their own form of apparition that allows them to appear and disappear at will within their family's dwelling, unaffected by anti-apparition jinxes that would stop wizards. This ability enables Creature to move instantly to any point in the house where his presence might be needed, responding to threats or intrusions with remarkable speed. More remarkably, house-elves like Creature can apparate to and from locations that are protected by spells that would prevent wizard apparition. During the Second Wizarding War, this ability proved crucial when Creature was able to escape from the Sea Cave, where Voldemort had hidden a Horcrux, a location specifically enchanted to prevent wizards from apparating. This suggests that house-elf magic operates on principles fundamentally different from the magic practiced by wizards, allowing it to bypass certain magical barriers. This difference in magical nature extends to many aspects of house-elf power. Creature can perform magic without a wand, a skill that few wizards master, and even then only with great difficulty. He can clean, repair, cook, and perform numerous other household tasks with a snap of his fingers, channeling magic directly without the focusing tool that wizards require. This wandless ability applies equally to protective magic, allowing Creature to maintain and reinforce the security of Grimmauld Place through his daily activities. The protective value of a house-elf goes beyond these practical magical abilities to encompass a unique form of magical awareness. Creature knows Grimmauld Place in ways that no human occupant could, sensing its rhythms, aware of its secrets, attuned to the subtle magical currents that flow through its ancient walls. He can detect intrusions or disturbances in the house's magical atmosphere that might escape even the most vigilant wizard. This awareness extends to the boundaries of the property, allowing Creature to sense when someone approaches or enters Grimmauld Place. During the Order's occupation, members noted that Creature often appeared in rooms shortly after they entered, despite no apparent way for him to have known of their arrival. This was not mere coincidence, but a manifestation of his magical connection to the dwelling, a connection that made him aware of movements within its confines in a way that transcended normal perception. The protective role of a house elf is further enhanced by their knowledge of the family dwelling. Creature possessed intimate familiarity with every inch of Grimmauld Place, including hidden compartments, secret passages, and concealed rooms unknown even to family members. This knowledge, accumulated over decades of service and passed down through generations of house elves, made him an invaluable guardian of the house's secrets. Some of these secrets pertained directly to the house's defenses. Creature knew the locations of hidden emergency exits, the phrases that would unseal magical doorways, and the correct methods to handle dangerous magical artifacts safely. He understood which floorboards concealed hiding places, which books on the library shelves contained valuable information, and which decorative items were actually disguised magical tools. This accumulated knowledge represents a form of protection that transcends both physical barriers and magical wards, a living repository of information that cannot be obtained through ordinary means. Even under magical interrogation, a house elf like Creature could not be compelled to reveal family secrets to those who had no rightful claim to them, as his magical bond prevented such betrayal. The strength of this bond was demonstrated dramatically in the matter of Regulus Black's locket. Despite being ordered to destroy it, Creature found himself unable to damage the Horcrux. Yet he also proved capable of keeping this secret from his mistress Walburga Black for years, demonstrating that house elves possess their own form of discretion within the parameters of their magical servitude. This incident also highlights a crucial aspect of house elf protection. While bound to obey their masters, house elves maintain a degree of autonomy in how they interpret and execute orders. Creature found ways to honor Regulus's final command, while technically fulfilling his ongoing obligation to serve the family. This interpretive flexibility allows house elves to act as protectors even in circumstances where their masters might be misguided or unaware of dangers. The magical bond between a house elf and family carries another significant protective advantage. It transfers with legitimate ownership of the dwelling. When Sirius Black inherited Grimmauld Place upon his mother's death, Creature's service transferred to him despite the elf's personal distaste for this new master. Later, when Harry Potter inherited the house following Sirius's death, Creature's allegiance likewise transferred to him. This ensured continuity of protection regardless of changes in human ownership. This transfer of loyalty is not merely a social or legal convention, but a magical reality enforced by the nature of house elf binding. The magic that connects a house elf to a wizarding family recognizes legitimate inheritance, ensuring that the dwelling's protection remains intact through generations. When Harry tested his inheritance by ordering Creature to leave Hogwarts and return to Grimmauld Place, the elf was magically compelled to obey, confirming that the protective bond had successfully transferred. The protective value of this binding extends beyond the elf's physical presence and magical abilities to encompass magical knowledge about the family dwelling. A bound house elf cannot willingly share information about their family's home with outsiders who might use it for harmful purposes. This limitation provided an additional layer of security for the Order of the Phoenix's headquarters, as Creature could not directly reveal its location to Death Eaters, even if he wished to do so. However, this protection had limits, as demonstrated when Sirius carelessly ordered Creature to get out, without specifying that the elf should remain within the house. Taking advantage of this loophole, Creature visited Narcissa Malfoy née Black, whom he still regarded as family, and shared information about Sirius and Harry's relationship. While unable to reveal the location of Grimmauld Place directly due to the Fidelius charm, he could provide other information that ultimately contributed to Sirius's death. This incident highlights both the strengths and limitations of House-Elf protection. While the magical binding provides powerful safeguards, it requires thoughtful management by the family to ensure those safeguards function as intended. A house-elf-like creature, with deep-seated loyalty to family traditions and prejudices, might find ways to undermine a master whose values conflicted with those traditions unless carefully instructed. The transformation in Kreacher's attitude toward Harry Potter, following the successful retrieval and destruction of Slytherin's locket, demonstrates another facet of house-elf protection. Emotional investment can significantly enhance their protective efficacy. Once Kreacher accepted Harry as a worthy master who had helped fulfill Regulus's final order, his service became not merely obligatory but willing. This willing service manifested in more attentive housekeeping, better food, and most importantly, more vigilant protection of the dwelling and its rightful occupants. This transformation illustrates an often overlooked truth about house-elf magic. While the binding is magical and compulsory, the quality of protection a house-elf provides is significantly enhanced when that service is given willingly. A resentful house-elf-like creature during Sirius's time will fulfill their obligations minimally, finding loopholes where possible. A devoted house-elf like the transformed creature who served Harry will go beyond mere obligation, anticipating needs and threats before they materialize. The house-elf's protective role extends beyond the physical dwelling to encompass the family members themselves. Kreacher demonstrated this aspect of house-elf magic when he led the Hogwarts House-Elves in battle against the Death Eaters, fighting to protect Harry Potter as his rightful master. This battle participation revealed that house-elf magic, while usually devoted to domestic tasks, can be formidable in combat when directed toward defending their masters. House-elf magic differs from wizard magic, not merely in its wandless nature, but in its fundamental properties. It appears less limited by conventional magical constraints, allowing effects that wizards would find difficult or impossible to achieve. In addition to their unique apparition abilities, house-elves can perform binding magical contracts, manipulate objects at a distance, and execute sophisticated magical tasks with seemingly simple gestures. This distinctive magic likely evolved specifically for the protection and maintenance of wizarding dwellings. Throughout wizarding history, families recognized the value of binding these magically gifted beings to their homes, creating a symbiotic relationship that enhanced the security and functioning of magical households. While modern perspectives rightly question the ethical dimensions of house-elf servitude, its magical effectiveness as a protective measure remains undeniable. For number 12 Grimmauld Place, Kreacher represented not merely a servant but a living extension of the house's protective magic, a guardian whose abilities complemented and enhanced the dwelling's other defenses. His intimate knowledge of the house, his ability to move within it unrestricted by normal magical limitations, and his capacity to perform magic without a wand made him an invaluable component of the building's security system. As the ancient floorboards of Grimmauld Place creak in the night, and the gas lamps cast flickering shadows on faded wallpaper, consider the unique magic that binds a house-elf to the dwelling they protect. Is it possible that in this seemingly unequal relationship lies a form of magic more ancient and profound than the spells taught at Hogwarts? A symbiosis between building, family, and magical being that creates protection deeper and more enduring than any charm or hex cast by a wizard's wand. Chapter 7. The Order's Additional Safeguards. When the Order of the Phoenix adopted number 12 Grimmauld Place as their headquarters, they inherited protections laid down through centuries of black family enchantment. Yet these ancient defenses, while formidable, had been designed with different threats in mind. The paranoid pureblood blacks had fortified their home against blood traders, muggle intrusion, and general magical detection, but not specifically against the organized forces of a dark wizard as powerful as Lord Voldemort. Recognizing both the strengths and limitations of the existing protections, The Order set about augmenting them with additional layers of magical safeguards tailored to their particular circumstances. Albus Dumbledore himself took the lead in reinforcing Grimmauld Place's defenses, beginning with the Fidelius charm that rendered the house unplottable, even to those who already knew of its existence. Yet, beyond this most powerful protection, Dumbledore and other skilled Order members implemented numerous additional safeguards, creating a defensive network of remarkable depth and sophistication. The first priority was to strengthen the perimeter protections. While the Black family enchantments had made the house unnoticeable to Muggles, the Order needed to ensure it remained undetectable to magical methods of surveillance as well. Dumbledore, with his encyclopedic knowledge of obscure protective magic, applied a series of counter-detection charms around the property boundaries, spells designed to disrupt magical attempts to sense activity within. These counter-detection charms operated on multiple magical frequencies, nullifying different methods of magical surveillance. Some negated thermal detection spells that might sense the body heat of occupants. Others disrupted magical attempts to detect the distinctive magical signatures of spells being cast within. The most sophisticated countermeasures targeted potential eavesdropping enchantments, creating a boundary beyond which no sound could magically travel. For additional security, Nymphadora Tonks, whose aura training included specialized knowledge of perimeter protection, established a series of sensor charms at key approach points around Grimmauld Place. These subtle enchantments would alert Order members inside the house if anyone with magical ability lingered too long near the property. Unlike the cruder caterwauling charms that would sound an immediate alarm, these sensors operated silently, sending a magical pulse to a detection object kept in the kitchen that would warm or change color to indicate potential surveillance. Alastair Mad-Eye Moody's contribution to the safeguarding of Grimmauld Place reflected his legendary paranoia and his experience hunting dark wizards. Moody specialized in detecting concealment, and he installed what he called revealer traps at various points around the house. Magical triggers designed to forcibly dispel concealment spells. Any invisible person, whether under a disillusionment charm or an invisibility cloak, who crossed these triggers would find their concealment temporarily neutralized, rendering them visible to Order members. Moody also established magical tripwires on the stairs and at key doorways, enchantments that would send a silent alert if crossed by anyone not keyed into the protection. These were sophisticated enough to recognize not merely physical presence but magical identity, allowing Order members to move freely while detecting unauthorized visitors even if they managed to breach the outer defenses. The Order paid particular attention to magically securing the physical entry points to Grimmauld Place. The front door received additional enchantments beyond the Black family protections, spells that would recognize Order members by their magical signatures and ease their entry, while strengthening resistance against magical forced entry attempts. Bill Weasley, whose work as a cursebreaker for Gringotts gave him specialized knowledge of magical locks and barricades, reinforced these entry points with spells adapted from ancient Egyptian tomb protections. Windows, those eternal vulnerabilities in magical defenses, received special attention from Remus Lupin. Drawing on his extensive knowledge of defense against the dark arts, Lupin applied imperturbable charms to all glass surfaces. These enchantments prevented not only physical objects from passing through, but also blocked many forms of magical transmission. Order members noted that even owls could not enter through windows protected in this way, necessitating a specific entry point designated for owl post that could be monitored and controlled. Beyond the physical structure, the Order implemented protective measures for the information exchanged within Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore established anti-eavesdropping enchantments of remarkable sophistication throughout the house, particularly in rooms used for Order meetings. These spells created what magical theorists call privacy pockets, spaces where sound could not magically travel beyond the designated boundaries, regardless of the volume or magical properties of the sound itself. These magical privacy measures extended to written information as well. Order documents within Grimmauld Place were enchanted with anti-copying charms, that would cause the text to blur if anyone attempted to duplicate them through magical or muggle means. Some particularly sensitive documents were charmed to be readable only by specific individuals, appearing as meaningless scribbles to unauthorized eyes. Following Dumbledore's death and the fall of the Ministry of Magic to Voldemort's forces, surviving Order members implemented additional emergency protections before abandoning Grimmauld Place as their primary headquarters. The most significant of these was a series of jinxes specifically targeting Severus Snape, whom they believed had betrayed them, and who, as a former Order member, had been privy to the secret of Grimmauld Place's location under the Fidelius charm. These anti-Snape jinxes were the creation of Alastor Moody, implemented shortly before his death, and triggered to activate should Snape enter the house after Dumbledore's passing. The most dramatic of these was the tongue-tying curse that would prevent Snape from revealing information about the Order to any companions, magically binding his tongue should he attempt to speak of what he had seen or heard within Grimmauld Place. Even more unsettling was the dust figure curse that awaited any entry by Snape. This remarkable piece of magic caused the dust on the floor of the entrance hall to rise up and form a spectral figure resembling Albus Dumbledore, a ghastly reminder of his betrayal designed to shock and distract an intruder at a critical moment of entry when they might be most vulnerable. Combined with the whispered accusation of Severus Snape from the dust figure's mouth, this curse represented psychological warfare as much as practical protection. The final defensive measure implemented by the Order was perhaps the most subtle yet potentially most effective, the layering of their protective enchantments in a way that created magical resonance. Magical theorists long ago discovered that certain protective spells, when cast in specific sequences and patterns, create harmonious magical vibrations that strengthen each individual spell beyond its normal potency. The Order members, guided by Dumbledore's expertise, carefully structured their protective enchantments to achieve this resonant effect. This layering required extraordinary magical coordination. Spells had to be cast not only in the correct location, but in a specific order, with precise timing and magical intention. The resulting protection was more than the sum of its parts, a harmonious magical barrier that drew strength from the interaction between different types of defensive magic. What made the Order's additional safeguards particularly effective was their complementary relationship with the existing Black family enchantments. Rather than working against or attempting to replace these ancient protections, the Order's additions were designed to fill gaps and address specific vulnerabilities while drawing upon the considerable magical power already embedded in the house. This complementary approach manifested in several ways, where Black family enchantments focused on blood purity and keeping out those deemed unworthy. The Order's protections concentrated on concealment and prevention of magical surveillance. Ancestral protections might recognize and admit those with Black family connections, potentially including Death Eaters like Bellatrix Lestrange née Black. The Order's additional safeguards added layers of magical recognition that would admit only those specifically authorized, regardless of bloodline. The cooperation between different Order members in establishing these protections highlighted the diverse magical specialties within the organization. Dumbledore contributed profound magical theory and implementation of the most complex enchantments. Moody added his expertise in counter-concealment and intrusion detection. Tonks brought Auror standard security measures. Lupin offered specialized knowledge of defensive barriers. Bill Weasley provided insights from curse-breaking and ancient protective magic. This pooling of different magical disciplines created protection with few weak points. The process of adding these protective layers required careful magical calibration. Adding new enchantments to a magically saturated environment like Grimmauld Place risked creating interference patterns that could weaken rather than strengthen the overall protection. Each addition had to be attuned to the existing magical resonance of the house, a delicate process requiring both power and precision. Dumbledore's extraordinary magical sensitivity made him particularly suited to this calibration work. He could perceive the subtle magical currents flowing through the ancient dwelling and adjust new protective spells to harmonize with them, rather than create dissonance. This attunement ensured that order protections reinforced, rather than conflicted with ancestral enchantments, creating a unified defensive system of remarkable strength. The effectiveness of these combined protections was demonstrated by the fact that, despite Snape's knowledge of its location and the eventual multiplication of secret keepers following Dumbledore's death, Death Eaters never successfully breached Grimmauld Place during the height of the Second Wizarding War. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione took refuge there during their Horcrux hunt, they witnessed Death Eaters watching the space between numbers 11 and 13, aware that the headquarters must be there yet unable to perceive or access it, despite their considerable magical abilities. This resilience speaks to a fundamental principle of magical protection that the Order understood well. Depth is more important than strength. A single protective enchantment, no matter how powerful, will eventually yield to determined magical assault as its weaknesses are identified and exploited. Multiple layers of different protective magic, each covering the vulnerabilities of the others, create security that is extraordinarily difficult to breach. The Order's approach to safeguarding Grimmauld Place reflects a sophisticated understanding of magical defense, one that values subtlety and complexity over raw power. Rather than relying on spectacular protective enchantments that might draw attention through their magical signature, they created an interwoven web of more modest protections that, together, formed an almost impenetrable barrier. As night deepens over London, and the space between numbers 11 and 13 Grimmauld Place remains imperceptible to passing eyes, consider the remarkable achievement represented by these layered protections. Is there not a profound lesson here that extends beyond magical security to life itself? That our greatest strength often lies not in single overwhelming power, but in the thoughtful combination of diverse abilities, each complementing and reinforcing the others. And might we not find in this magical cooperation a reflection of the Order itself, its members' varied talents uniting to create a resistance greater than any individual could achieve alone? Chapter 8. Objects of Protection. Beyond the walls and portraits, past the enchantments woven into the very foundation of number 12 Grimmauld Place, exists another layer of protection embodied in physical objects scattered throughout the ancient townhouse. These magical artifacts, some obvious in their protective function, others disguised as mere decoration, form a constellation of safeguards that complement the broader defensive enchantments of the dwelling. Within cabinets and display cases, atop mantels and side tables, and hidden in secret compartments throughout the house, these objects of protection stand as sentinels in their own right, ready to defend the Black family home through magic, both subtle and overt. The most immediately noticeable of these protective objects greets visitors before they even enter the house proper: the serpent-shaped door knocker that adorns the front entrance of Grimmauld Place. Crafted from untarnished silver despite its age, this knocker represents far more than decorative allegiance to Slytherin House. Ancient wizarding families like the Blacks often enchanted door fixtures as the first line of magical defense, creating guardians that could assess those seeking entry and respond accordingly. The Serpent Knocker of Grimmauld Place contains enchantments that allow it to distinguish between those with pure blood heritage and those without, a distinction the Black family considered critically important. According to family legends, the knocker would grow warm and responsive under the touch of a pure-blood wizard, while turning ice-cold or even attempting to bite the fingers of those deemed unworthy of entry. Whether this enchantment functions precisely as claimed remains uncertain, but the knocker undoubtedly contains magic designed to alert the house to potentially unwelcome visitors. Beyond this outer guardian, the entrance hall contains another protective object of considerable significance, though one whose purpose most visitors fail to recognize. The troll-leg umbrella stand that caused Nymphadora Tonks such trouble during her visits was more than an unfortunate tripping hazard. Crafted from the preserved limb of a mountain troll, this grotesque object contained inherent magical properties useful for home protection. Troll body parts retain traces of the creature's natural resistance to spellwork, making them valuable components in protective magic. The umbrella stand at Grimmauld Place had been further enhanced by generations of black family enchantment, allowing it to absorb and neutralize certain types of malicious magic that might be carried into the house intentionally or unintentionally on visitors' clothing or possessions. Like a magical filter, it silently cleansed the magical atmosphere of potential threats as visitors passed by. Its tendency to trip the unwary, perhaps an intentional feature rather than an unfortunate placement decision. Moving deeper into the house, the drawing room contained numerous objects of protection disguised as family heirlooms and decorative pieces. The glass-fronted cabinets displaying silver goblets, snuff boxes, and other black family treasures protected more than merely the valuable items within. The glass itself had been enchanted with alarm-triggering spells that would activate if anyone not of black heritage attempted to open the cabinets without permission. Some Order members discovered this the hard way during cleaning efforts, triggering eerie whispering sounds or momentary paralysis when they attempted to handle certain items. Among the most innocuous-seeming yet magically significant protective objects were the heavy velvet curtains found throughout the house. Their primary purpose appeared to be shielding the interior from outside view and containing the doxy infestations that had taken hold during years of neglect. However, closer examination would reveal subtle patterns woven into the fabric, magical symbols embedded in the design that formed a continuous protective barrier when the curtains were drawn. These enchanted textiles incorporated protective magic, similar to invisibility cloaks, though functioning in reverse. Rather than making the wearer invisible to outside observers, they made outside threats invisible to magical detection methods directed at the house. When closed, they created a barrier that diffused magical signatures, preventing anyone from magically sensing specific individuals or activities within. This protection proved particularly valuable during Order meetings, when many powerful witches and wizards gathered in one location might otherwise create a magical energy signature detectable to sufficiently sensitive dark detectors. The Black Family Library contained objects of protection suited to the particular dangers of magical texts. Bookends shaped like serpents were not merely decorative, but served as magical containment devices, preventing the effects of certain dangerous books from extending beyond their physical pages. Some volumes in the Black Collection contained magic that could affect readers' minds or project harmful enchantments into the surrounding space. The serpent bookends created magical boundaries that contained these effects, allowing even dangerous texts to be stored with relative safety. More subtle were the enchanted reading lamps placed throughout the library. These ornate fixtures, with their green-shaded lights and silver bases decorated with serpentine motifs, contained protective magic designed to neutralize certain book-based curses. The light they cast was not merely illumination, but a form of magical counteragent, dispelling or weakening harmful enchantments that might be triggered when certain volumes were opened. Order members noticed that Hermione Granger instinctively preferred to examine unfamiliar books from the Black Collection while sitting near these lamps, her magical intuition perhaps sensing their protective function. The dining room of Grimmauld Place featured its own collection of protective objects disguised as elegant tableware. The silver candelabra that graced the center of the long table contained enchantments designed to detect poisons. According to Creature, these ornate pieces would grow noticeably tarnished if placed near food containing most magical or mundane toxins, a necessary precaution for a family as politically active and frequently targeted as the Blacks had been. Similarly, certain pieces of the Black family silver flatware contained protective enchantments against common magical threats. The knife handles incorporated tiny amounts of Grafhorn horn, known for its detoxifying properties, while the goblets were charmed to respond to a specific phrase from the drinker that would neutralize most poisons. These protections reflected the particular paranoia of wizarding nobility, the constant concern that enemies might use the social ritual of dining as an opportunity for harm. Throughout the house, seemingly decorative mirrors served important protective functions beyond reflecting the somewhat gloomy interior. Wizarding mirrors differ from their Muggle counterparts in their capacity for enchantment. and the Black family had taken full advantage of this potential. The mirrors of Grimmauld Place were charmed to show not merely physical reflections, but to reveal certain magical concealments as well. A skilled observer looking into these mirrors might notice that invisibility cloaks appeared slightly translucent in their reflection, or that a person under the influence of Polyjuice Potion showed momentary flickers of their true appearance. This revealing property made the mirrors valuable security devices, strategically placed near entrances and in hallways where they could expose disguised intruders to alert observers. Some were also enchanted to silently alert the master of the house if they reflected anyone not recognized as authorized to be present. Perhaps the most intriguing protective objects in Grimmauld Place were those designed to safeguard specific rooms or areas within the house. The heavy tapestry depicting the Black family tree in the drawing room, for instance, contained magic far beyond its genealogical record-keeping function. The golden threads used to embroider names and connections contained actual gold, a material with significant magical properties related to preservation and protection. This tapestry served as a magical anchor for family-based protective enchantments throughout the house. The names embroidered upon it, even those that had been blasted off for family transgressions, connected the dwelling's protective magic to the bloodline it was designed to shelter. When Sirius inherited the house, despite being disowned by his mother, the magic recognized his name's presence on the tapestry, despite the burn mark covering it as confirmation of his legitimate claim to the property. The kitchen, as the heart of any wizarding home, contained its own array of protective objects. The large cast-iron stove, far older than its somewhat Victorian appearance might suggest, had been enhanced with charms that did more than merely cook food efficiently. Its continuous fire, maintained through magic rather than fuel, created a magical hearth that strengthened protective enchantments throughout the house. In wizarding tradition, a continuously burning fire serves as a focus for household magic, and the Black family had incorporated this principle into their home's defenses. The kitchen also housed more modern protective devices added during the Order's occupation. A specialized faux glass, similar to the one used by Alastor Moody, but calibrated specifically to the surroundings of Grimmauld Place, allowed Order members to monitor for approaching enemies. Unlike standard faux glasses that show the owner's personal enemies regardless of location, this modified version was attuned to the immediate vicinity of the house, showing anyone with harmful intent who came within a certain distance of the property. Complementing this was a set of sneakoscopes carefully calibrated to function in the magically dense environment of the ancient townhouse. Standard sneakoscopes would have been constantly active in a location containing so many secrets and concealment charms, rendering them useless as warning devices. The modified versions used by the Order had been adjusted by Moody himself to ignore the background magical concealment of the house, while remaining sensitive to new or unusual instances of untrustworthiness within its walls. Even the most mundane-appearing objects within Grimmauld Place often concealed protective functions. The heavy silver candle snuffers used throughout the house contained charms that could detect magical surveillance, glowing faintly blue when extinguishing candles if any form of magical eavesdropping was detected in the vicinity. The ornate fireplace pokers incorporated elements of crewporn, making them effective weapons against certain magical creatures should they somehow breach the house's outer defenses. The music box found during cleaning efforts, the one that emitted a soporific tune causing everyone who heard it to grow sleepy, represents a different category of protective object, those designed to defend through offensive means. Such items, scattered throughout the house in innocuous-seeming forms, were designed to incapacitate intruders who handled them without proper precautions. The Black family had apparently subscribed to the philosophy that the best defense sometimes required preemptive measures against potential threats. Other examples of this category included snuff boxes filled with wardcap powder that would cause skin to develop a hard, crusty surface, a grandfather clock that fired heavy bolts at unfamiliar presences after midnight, and an elegant silver tea service that would serve properly brewed tea to family members, but deliver a powerfully acidic liquid to unauthorized users. These objects represented the darker side of the Black family's protective magic, measures designed not merely to detect or repel intruders, but to actively harm them. The attic spaces of Grimmauld Place housed some of the most potent protective objects, items deemed too dangerous or unpredictable for display in the more frequently used areas of the house. Ancient magical artifacts, some predating the Black family's residence in the house, had been carefully stored here with additional containment charms. These objects, ranging from ceremonial weapons imbued with forgotten magic to cursed jewelry that had belonged to long-dead family members, formed a kind of magical arsenal of last resort, defenses that could be activated in times of greatest need. What united all these disparate objects of protection was their integration into the greater defensive scheme of Grimmauld Place. They did not function as isolated magical items, but as components in an interconnected system, each reinforcing and complementing the others. The protective magic of the serpent door knocker connected to that of the family tapestry, which in turn linked to the continuously burning kitchen fire, creating magical circuits throughout the house that strengthened all individual protections. This interconnection reflects a sophisticated understanding of magical theory that guided the Black family's approach to home defense. Rather than relying on a few overwhelmingly powerful protective enchantments, they created a distributed network of magical objects that collectively formed a defense greater than the sum of its parts. Should one protective element fail or be overcome, others would compensate, maintaining the overall integrity of the house's security. For the Order of the Phoenix, navigating this complex landscape of protective objects presented both challenges and opportunities. The objects could not simply be removed or neutralized without potentially weakening the house's overall magical defense, yet many contained enchantments aligned with the Black family's pure-blood ideology rather than the Order's more inclusive values, carefully distinguishing between genuinely useful protective magic and potentially harmful or discriminatory enchantments became an ongoing process throughout their occupation. As the soft glow of enchanted lamps casts shadows across the ancient objects that fill the rooms of number 12 Grimmauld Place, consider the deeper meaning represented by these magical protections. Is there not something profoundly human in our tendency to imbue ordinary objects with protective significance? From ancient amulets to modern security systems, have we not always sought to extend our sphere of safety through the objects with which we surround ourselves? And in the Black family's elaborate network of protective enchantments, might we not see a reflection of our own desire to create spaces of perfect security in an uncertain world, even when such perfect safety remains, ultimately, as elusive in the magical world as in our own? Chapter 9. The Inheritable Magic of Wizard Dwellings. As twilight deepens over London, and the hidden space between numbers 11 and 13 Grimmauld Place settles into the velvet darkness of night, we turn our attention to one of the most profound and mysterious aspects of magical dwellings, the transference of ownership and the inheritance of magical protection. For unlike Muggle homes, which remain inert regardless of who holds their deeds, wizarding dwellings like number 12 Grimmauld Place exhibit a remarkable sensitivity to legitimate ownership, a magical resonance that affects every aspect of the house's protective enchantments. This quality of inheritable magic manifested most dramatically following the death of Sirius Black, when the ownership of Grimmauld Place hung in momentary uncertainty. Sirius, the last male descendant of the direct Black line, had named Harry Potter as his heir in his will, a decision that would test the ancient magical principles governing the inheritance of wizarding property. The question that concerned the Order of the Phoenix was not merely legal but magical. Would the house's protections and enchantments recognize Harry's claim despite his lack of Black family blood? Understanding this uncertainty requires us to explore the deeper nature of how magical ownership transfers in the wizarding world. Unlike Muggle property, which passes from one owner to another through purely legal mechanisms, wizarding dwellings, particularly those of ancient families like the Blacks, incorporate elements of magical recognition into their very structure. The house itself becomes attuned to its rightful owners through complex enchantments, that transcend mere documentation or verbal declaration. At its most fundamental level, this attunement manifests through the house's response to commands and intentions. When a legitimate owner enters a wizarding dwelling, the house responds, sometimes subtly, sometimes dramatically, acknowledging their authority. Doors unlock at their approach, lights illuminate their path, protective enchantments part to allow their passage. For those without legitimate claim, the same doors remain stubbornly sealed, lights refuse to brighten, and protective magic actively resists their presence. In most ancient wizarding families, this recognition typically follows bloodlines, with magical dwellings responding most readily to those sharing the blood of the original owners. The Black family, with their obsessive focus on blood purity, had particularly reinforced this aspect of their home's magic, creating enchantments that recognized and privileged those of direct Black lineage above all others. This blood recognition magic explained why the house had continued to acknowledge Sirius as its rightful owner, despite his mother's attempts to disown him. The ancient magic recognized the blood connection regardless of family politics. Harry Potter's inheritance of Grimmauld Place thus presented a fascinating magical case study. Without Black blood flowing in his veins, would the house's ancient enchantments recognize his claim? The answer proved complex and revealed much about the layered nature of ownership magic in wizarding dwellings. Albus Dumbledore, with his profound understanding of ancient magic, suspected that Sirius's will might not be sufficient to transfer ownership cleanly to Harry. The Black family, paranoid about their property falling into unworthy hands, had likely incorporated magical clauses into their ancestral enchantments, provisions that might attempt to direct the house to the next available blood relative. Bellatrix Lestrange, Andromeda Tonks, or Narcissa Malfoy, rather than an unrelated heir named in a will. To test whether the house had accepted Harry's inheritance, Dumbledore devised an elegant magical examination. Since ownership of a wizarding dwelling typically includes authority over any bound house-elves attached to the property, Creature's allegiance would provide a clear indication of whether the house had accepted Harry as its new master. Dumbledore instructed Harry to give Creature an order, a simple command to leave the kitchen of Grimmauld Place and go to Hogwarts. When Creature, however reluctantly, obeyed this command, the question was answered. The ancient magic governing the House-Elves' binding had recognized Harry's claim despite his lack of Black family blood. The house's protective enchantments, its magical accessibility, and its bound servant had all transferred to the new owner named in Sirius's will. This successful transfer revealed something profound about magical inheritance, that while blood connections might create the strongest and most automatic recognition, the deliberate intention of a legitimate owner could override even these deep-seated magical biases. This transfer of magical ownership manifested in numerous subtle ways beyond Creature's obedience. When Harry next entered Grimmauld Place as its owner, the house responded differently to his presence. Doors that had previously required Sirius's touch to unlock now opened at Harry's approach. Lights brightened more readily in rooms he entered. Even the sinister atmosphere seemed somewhat subdued, as if the house itself had adjusted its temperament to match its new master's different magical signature. Yet the transition was not without resistance. Elements of the house, particularly those most strongly attuned to the Black family's pure blood ideology, continued to exhibit reluctance toward their new owner. Walburga's portrait remained as virulent as ever. The family tapestry still bore the burn marks of disowned members, and certain cabinets and drawers remained stubbornly sealed despite Harry's ownership rights. This partial resistance suggests that while the core ownership magic had transferred, layers of older, more ideologically aligned enchantments continued to operate according to their original parameters. The magical complexity of this inheritance reveals a fundamental principle of wizarding dwellings. They exist not merely as physical structures, but as magical entities with a form of limited sentience. A house like Grimmauld Place possesses what magical theorists call conditional awareness, the ability to recognize specific magical signatures, respond to particular commands, and adjust its behavior based on legitimate ownership. This awareness falls far short of true consciousness, but extends well beyond the enchantments placed on ordinary magical objects. This conditional awareness develops over centuries of continuous magical habitation. Each generation that occupies a wizarding dwelling leaves magical impressions that accumulate within the structure. Spells cast repeatedly within the walls, emotions experienced intensely by occupants, and particularly the magical signatures of legitimate owners, all contribute to this gradual development of quasi-sentience. In the case of Grimmauld Place, 12 generations of Black family occupation had created a dwelling deeply attuned to their particular magical qualities. The transfer of ownership thus required a form of magical reprogramming, a process through which the house's conditional awareness gradually adjusted to recognize Harry's magical signature with the same primacy it had previously accorded to Sirius and his ancestors. This reprogramming occurred naturally through Harry's presence and actions as owner, with each command obeyed, and each room occupied under his authority, reinforcing the house's recognition of his legitimate claim. A fascinating aspect of this magical inheritance is how it affected specific protective enchantments within the house. When Dumbledore established the Fidelius charm making Grimmauld Place unplottable, he tied this powerful protection to the house's existing magical framework. With Sirius as the legitimate owner at that time, the Fidelius integrated seamlessly with the house's inherent protections. The transfer of ownership to Harry could have potentially disrupted this integration, weakening the Fidelius, or creating magical inconsistencies in the protective barrier. The fact that the Fidelius charm remained intact following Harry's inheritance demonstrates another quality of well-crafted magical protections: adaptability. Dumbledore, anticipating the possibility of ownership changes, had constructed the Fidelius in a way that would recognize and accommodate legitimate transfers of ownership without compromising the protection itself. When the house acknowledged Harry as its rightful owner, the Fidelius adjusted accordingly, maintaining its protective function while recognizing the new master of the dwelling. This adaptability extended to other aspects of the house's magical protection as well. The ancestral enchantments preventing unauthorized entry, the detection charms alerting to potential intruders, and the various defensive measures throughout the house all recalibrated to recognize Harry's authority. His friends Ron and Hermione, who might previously have triggered certain protective responses as non-family members, now received a degree of recognition as associates of the legitimate owner. Kreacher's transformation following Harry's inheritance provides perhaps the most visible evidence of how profoundly ownership magic affects a wizarding dwelling and its attachments. Initially hostile to Harry despite the transfer of binding magic, Kreacher underwent a remarkable change after Harry showed both kindness and assistance in fulfilling Regulus Black's final order regarding the Horcrux locket. The House-Elves' demeanor, appearance, and behavior all improved dramatically, reflecting not merely a personal change of heart, but a deeper magical alignment with his new master. This alignment manifested physically in the house itself. Under Kreacher's renewed care, now willingly given rather than grudgingly provided, Grimmauld Place began to shed some of the gloom and disrepair that had characterized it during Sirius's ownership. The tarnished silver gleamed again, the thick dust disappeared from surfaces, and even the more malevolent magical objects seemed somewhat subdued in their hostile enchantments. The house responded to the changed relationship between its owner and its bound house elf, adjusting its own magical atmosphere accordingly. What makes this transformation particularly remarkable is that it occurred without any deliberate spellcasting or magical renovation on Harry's part. The house itself, through its conditional awareness and the renewed efforts of its bound house elf, adjusted to reflect the character and intentions of its new owner. This self-adjustment capability represents one of the most sophisticated aspects of inheritable magic in wizarding dwellings, the ability to evolve and adapt over time in response to the magical signatures of legitimate owners. The inheritance of Grimmauld Place also revealed an interesting aspect of magical privacy within wizarding dwellings. When Harry took ownership, He gained access to rooms and storage spaces that had remained sealed even during Sirius's time as master of the house. Family grimoires, magical artifacts, and personal correspondence that had been protected by enchantments specific to direct bloodline heirs became accessible to Harry as the magically recognized owner, despite his lack of black family blood. This access extended to magical knowledge embedded within the house itself. Certain enchantments and magical features of Grimmauld Place, designed to reveal themselves only to legitimate owners, became apparent to Harry after his inheritance was confirmed. The full extent of the dwelling's defensive capabilities, the precise nature of its more subtle protective enchantments, and methods of controlling its magical atmosphere all gradually disclosed themselves to the new owner through magical means that transcended verbal instruction or written documentation. One particularly significant aspect of Harry's inheritance was its implications for the house's treatment of visitors. Wizarding dwellings often develop sensitivity toward the attitudes of their owners regarding guests and intruders. During the Black family's occupation, Grimmauld Place had been enchanted to recognize and welcome pure-blood wizards while creating an uncomfortable or even hostile environment for those deemed unworthy. Under Sirius, these enchantments had been partially suppressed, but never fully recalibrated. With Harry as owner, the house gradually shifted its treatment of visitors to align with his very different values. Members of the Order of the Phoenix, regardless of blood status, found the house marginally more welcoming during their visits following Harry's inheritance. Subtle signs of this shift included rooms warming more quickly when occupied by Muggle-born witches or wizards, lights brightening more readily for blood traitor families like the Weasleys, and fewer accidents involving potentially harmful magical objects when such visitors explored the house. This progressive realignment demonstrates a crucial quality of inheritable magic in wizarding dwellings. While the transfer of ownership happens in a specific moment, the full magical adjustment of the house to its new master occurs gradually over time. The longer Harry owned Grimmauld Place, the more completely its magical nature would have aligned with his character and values, potentially transforming it from a gloomy monument to pure-blood ideology into a welcoming haven reflecting its new owner's more inclusive worldview. Had circumstances allowed Harry to maintain ownership of Grimmauld Place into peacetime, magical theorists suggest the house would eventually have undergone a more complete transformation. The portraits might have moderated their expressions of pure-blood supremacy. The more malevolent enchantments could have faded or transmuted into benign protective measures, and the overall atmosphere might have lightened considerably. Ancient wizarding dwellings can, over sufficient time with consistent ownership, remake themselves to reflect the magical signature and intentions of their masters. As the stars wheel overhead, and the hidden townhouse of Grimmauld Place stands silent between its Muggle neighbors, consider the profound implications of this inheritable magic. Is there not something quietly miraculous in the idea that a dwelling might recognize its rightful owner through means beyond documentation, that the very walls and floors might adjust their magical nature to harmonize with the character of their master, and in the gradual transformation of an ancient pure-blood stronghold under the ownership of a half-blood wizard who valued courage and loyalty above ancestry, do we not glimpse a hopeful metaphor for the wizarding world itself? The possibility that even the oldest and most entrenched magical traditions might evolve toward greater inclusivity and light. Chapter 10. Breaches and Vulnerabilities. No magical protection, however ancient or layered, can claim perfect invulnerability. Even number 12 Grimmauld Place, with its centuries of accumulated protective enchantments, the powerful Fidelius charm cast by Albus Dumbledore himself, and the additional safeguards implemented by the Order of the Phoenix, contained weaknesses that could, under the right circumstances, allow its security to be compromised. These vulnerabilities, some inherent to the nature of magical protection itself, and others specific to Grimmauld Place's particular circumstances, created hairline fractures in what otherwise appeared to be impenetrable magical armor. The most significant vulnerability in Grimmauld Place's protection stemmed from the fundamental nature of the Fidelius charm itself. While extraordinarily powerful, This spell contains an inherent weakness in its dependence on human discretion. The enchantment can only remain absolutely secure as long as the secret keeper maintains perfect silence about the protected location. As Flitwick once explained to his students, the Fidelius charm places the secret inside a living soul, making it undetectable unless the secret keeper chooses to divulge it. A protection perfect in theory, but vulnerable to the complexities of human behavior and relationships. Albus Dumbledore, as secret keeper for Grimmauld Place, maintained this discretion impeccably during his lifetime. However, his death triggered an automatic alteration in the charm's functioning. Everyone who had previously been told the secret became secret keepers themselves. This multiplication of secret keepers created the most significant breach in Grimmauld Place's protection, not because any Order member would willingly betray the headquarters location, but because each new secret keeper represented a potential point of magical vulnerability. The danger of this diffusion was not that Order members would intentionally reveal the secret. Their loyalty was beyond question, but that magical methods might extract the information against their will. While the original Fidelius charm required voluntary disclosure from the secret keeper, magical theorists have speculated that the diluted version resulting from multiple secret keepers might be more vulnerable to magical extraction through methods like legilimency, veritaserum, or the Imperious Curse. This vulnerability became particularly acute after the fall of the Ministry of Magic to Voldemort's forces, with the Death Eaters in control of official magical resources and willing to use unforgivable curses. Any Order member captured might potentially be forced to reveal Grimmauld Place's location through magical coercion. The theoretical possibility of such a breach led to the Order abandoning the house as their primary headquarters after Dumbledore's death, though it remained a safe house for individual members due to its still considerable protections. The second significant vulnerability in Grimmauld Place's protection involved Severus Snape. As a former member of the Order, who had been informed of the headquarters location by Dumbledore himself, Snape became a secret keeper following Dumbledore's death. His apparent defection to Voldemort's side created an immediate security crisis. A person believed hostile who possessed the ability to reveal the secret of Grimmauld Place's location to Death Eaters. The anti-Snape jinxes implemented after Dumbledore's death were designed to address this specific vulnerability, creating magical countermeasures that would activate should Snape enter the house. However, these jinxes were defensive rather than preventative. They could not stop Snape from revealing the location to Voldemort or other Death Eaters, only impede his actions should he attempt to enter. The tongue-tying curse, for instance, would prevent him from speaking about the Order to any companions once inside, but could not prevent him from leading those companions to the location in the first place. This vulnerability manifested physically when Harry, Ron, and Hermione witnessed Death Eaters stationed in the square outside Grimmauld Place during their time hiding there. These dark wizards could clearly see the space between numbers 11 and 13, suggesting they had been told of Grimmauld Place's existence, though they remained unable to perceive the house itself without being specifically informed of its exact location. This halfway state of awareness, knowing the general location without being able to perceive the specific building, illustrated the partial breach of security that had occurred. What prevented this knowledge from becoming a complete breach was another fascinating aspect of the Fidelius charm's operation. While Snape could reveal that the Order's headquarters was at number 12 Grimmauld Place, the exact parameters of what constituted the headquarters fell under Dumbledore's original definition when casting the charm. The most likely explanation for the Death Eater's inability to see the house, despite knowing its location, was that Dumbledore had incorporated additional conditions into his casting of the Fidelius, perhaps defining the secret as not merely the address, but the specific building and its contents as the Order's headquarters. A third vulnerability in Grimmauld Place's protection lay in the complex magical relationship between the house, its legitimate owner, and its bound house elf. When Sirius carelessly ordered Kreacher to get out during the Christmas holidays, he inadvertently created a loophole that the house elf exploited to visit Narcissa Malfoy, technically a black family member by birth. This visit did not directly breach the Fidelius charm. Creature could not reveal the location due to the magical constraints on both House-Elves and those bound by the charm, but it did allow information about Sirius and Harry's relationship to reach Voldemort, ultimately contributing to the trap that led to Sirius's death. This incident illustrated a subtle but critical vulnerability, the potential conflict between different forms of magical binding. Creature was bound both by House-Elf magic to obey his master, and by the Fidelius charm to protect the secret of headquarters. When these obligations came into tension due to Sirius's imprecise command, the House-Elf found a path that technically satisfied both, obeying the order to leave while not directly revealing the protected secret. The resulting leak of peripheral information demonstrated how even layered magical protections can develop gaps at their intersections. The ancient Black family magic incorporated into Grimmauld Place created another potential vulnerability through its ideological bias. The house's inherent magic had been designed to protect those of pure blood, while presenting obstacles to those deemed unworthy by the Black family standards. This biased protection created inconsistencies in how the house responded to different order members based on their blood status or connection to the Black family. For order members of Muggle parentage, certain protective features of the house might function less effectively or respond more slowly. Doorways might hesitate momentarily before allowing passage, alert systems might delay their warnings, and protective objects might offer reduced shielding. These inconsistencies, while individually minor, could collectively create weak points in the overall defensive scheme where response to threats might be delayed or diminished. The physical deterioration of Grimmauld Place presented another category of vulnerability. Despite magic's ability to preserve and protect, the years of neglect following Walburga Black's death had allowed certain decay that affected magical as well as physical aspects of the house. Doxies had infested the curtains, a boggart had taken residence in a writing desk, and various other magical pests had established themselves throughout the building. While seemingly mere nuisances, these magical infestations could potentially interfere with protective enchantments. Magical theory suggests that certain pests, particularly those drawn to magically charged environments, can gradually erode spell effectiveness through their activities. Doxies, for instance, consume not only fabric, but trace amounts of magical energy, potentially weakening enchantments woven into textiles over time. The cumulative effect of years of such infestations might have created thin spots in the magical protections throughout the house. The very age of some protective enchantments represented another vulnerability. While certain forms of magical protection grow stronger with time, others gradually lose potency without renewal. Some of the Black family enchantments dated back centuries, cast by wizards and witches long dead, using magical methodologies that had evolved significantly since their original application. Without knowledgeable family members to maintain and update these ancient protections, certain elements had likely weakened or developed inconsistencies that could be exploited by sufficiently knowledgeable dark wizards. The multiple magical contractors involved in Grimmauld Place's protection created another potential weakness. The original Black family enchantments, Dumbledore's Fidelius charm, and the Order's additional safeguards had been implemented by different magical practitioners with different methodologies and priorities. While efforts had been made to harmonize these layers of protection, perfect magical integration is nearly impossible to achieve. The boundaries between different protective systems inevitably contained thin spots where the different magical signatures did not perfectly align. A more mundane but still significant vulnerability arose from the house's location in Muggle London. Despite magical concealment, the physical building existed in a densely populated urban environment. This location created limitations on what protective measures could be implemented without attracting Muggle attention. Certain more dramatic or visible forms of magical defense would have been impractical in this setting, forcing reliance on subtler protections that, while less likely to breach the statute of secrecy, might also be less immediately effective against determined magical assault. The human element represented perhaps the most unpredictable vulnerability in Grimmauld Place's protection. The house served as headquarters for a resistance organization, whose members regularly entered and exited the building, each transition creating a momentary opening in the protective barrier. While precautions were taken, operating directly into the house when possible, using disillusionment charms when approaching on foot, the sheer frequency of legitimate access created multiple opportunities for security breaches. This vulnerability became particularly acute during large gatherings like order meetings, when the magical signatures of numerous powerful witches and wizards concentrated in one location created a detectable magical surge that might be noticed by sufficiently sensitive dark detectors. The Order implemented countermeasures for this vulnerability, including scheduling arrivals at intervals and using misdirection spells to scatter magical traces, but some degree of risk remained inherent in such gatherings. The final and perhaps most profound vulnerability in Grimmauld Place's protection lay not in magical weaknesses, but in psychological ones. The house itself, with its grim atmosphere, disturbing decorations, and lingering dark magic, created an environment that wore on its occupants mentally and emotionally. This psychological burden was particularly heavy for Sirius Black, for whom the house represented a childhood of unhappiness and family rejection. This psychological dimension affected security in subtle but significant ways. Sirius's depression and frustration during his confinement in the house led directly to the reckless behavior that created the opportunity for Creature's betrayal. The general gloom affected vigilance and reaction times for all occupants, potentially slowing responses to security threats. Even the portrait of Walburga Black, with its screaming tirads that distracted and disoriented those in the entrance hall, represented a security liability by diverting attention at potentially critical moments. Despite these vulnerabilities, it remains remarkable that Grimmauld Place was never directly breached by Death Eaters during either its time as Order headquarters or later when Harry, Ron, and Hermione took refuge there. This resilience testifies to the effectiveness of its layered protections, even with their imperfections. The house demonstrated the principle well known to magical security experts: perfect protection is unattainable, but sufficient layers of imperfect protection, properly arranged, can create a defense that is practically impenetrable under normal circumstances. The Death Eaters' presence outside Grimmauld Place during Harry's time there revealed both the limits of their intelligence about the house and the continuing strength of its protection. They knew enough to watch the general location, but remained unable to perceive the building itself, a state of partial awareness that allowed them to maintain surveillance while preventing direct action against the house or its occupants. As shadows lengthen across the weathered facades of Grimmauld Place, and a cool evening breeze rustles leaves along the pavement where Death Eaters once stood in frustrated vigil, consider the paradoxical nature of magical vulnerability. Is there not a certain wisdom in recognizing that no protection, magical or mundane, can ever be absolute? That security lies not in the impossible quest for perfect invulnerability, but in the thoughtful assessment of weaknesses and the strategic layering of complementary defenses. Perhaps the true lesson of Grimmauld Place's protection is that safety is found not in the absence of vulnerability, but in the honest acknowledgement and careful management of it, a lesson as valuable in our world as in the hidden corners of Wizarding London. Chapter 11. Comparison to other protected locations. In the vast tapestry of magical Britain, Number 12 Grimmauld Place stands as just one example of protected magical space, extraordinary in its layered defenses, yet part of a broader tradition of wizarding security. To truly appreciate the unique nature of Grimmauld Place's protection, we must consider it in relation to other magically defended locations, each with their own approaches to safeguarding against unwanted intrusion. From the science stones of Hogwarts to the gleaming marble of Gringotts, from the bustling ministry of magic to the humble enchantments of the Burrow. Magical Britain contains a remarkable diversity of protected spaces, each reflecting different priorities, resources, and historical contexts. Perhaps the most natural comparison to Grimmauld Place is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, arguably the most thoroughly protected location in Wizarding Britain. Like Grimmauld Place, Hogwarts benefits from centuries of accumulated magical protection, layers of enchantment applied by generations of powerful witches and wizards. Yet the differences between these two magical strongholds reveal much about their distinctive purposes and the philosophies guiding their protection. Hogwarts, unlike Grimmauld Place, makes no attempt to conceal its general existence or location. The castle stands proudly visible on its hillside, its towers reaching skyward without disguise, while protected by powerful Muggle-repelling charms that cause non-magical visitors to see only a dangerous ruin with warning signs. The school makes no effort to hide from the wizarding world at large. This fundamental difference reflects the contrasting purposes of the two locations, one a school designed to welcome hundreds of young witches and wizards each year, the other a private residence intended to admit only those specifically deemed worthy by its owners. The scale of protection at Hogwarts far exceeds that of Grimmauld Place, encompassing not merely a building but vast grounds, including a forest, lake, and numerous outbuildings. This expanded protective perimeter creates both strengths and weaknesses compared to the townhouse's defenses. Hogwarts can accommodate a greater variety of protective enchantments spread across its extensive boundaries, but must also defend a much larger area against potential intrusion, creating inevitable thin spots in its magical armor. One of Hogwarts' most significant protections is its anti-apparition jinx, preventing direct magical transportation into the castle or its grounds. Grimmauld Place, interestingly, lacks this specific protection. Order members regularly apparated directly into the house during its time as headquarters. This difference reflects the practical needs of each location. Hogwarts must prevent hundreds of underage and inexperienced magic users from operating dangerously or escaping supervision, while Grimmauld Place benefited from allowing trusted Order members quick, discreet access without exposing themselves while entering from the street. The defensive philosophies of the two locations diverge most notably in their relationship with magical creatures. Hogwarts incorporates benevolent magical beings into its protection, from the centaurs who patrol the Forbidden Forest to the merpeople monitoring the lake depths. Most notably, the castle has periodically kept mountain trolls as guards for especially sensitive locations, such as the corridor leading to the Philosopher's Stone during Harry's first year. Grimmauld Place, by contrast, relies almost exclusively on wizard-cast enchantments and a single house-elf for its protection, lacking the space and resources to maintain magical creature guardians. The Ministry of Magic presents another fascinating contrast to Grimmauld Place's protections. Located in the heart of London beneath the streets of Whitehall, the Ministry shares Grimmauld Place's urban setting, but takes a dramatically different approach to magical concealment and security. Unlike the townhouse's strategy of complete invisibility to Muggles, the Ministry hides in plain sight, its employee entrance disguised as an ordinary public telephone box, and its visitors' entrance concealed within a seemingly abandoned public lavatory. This approach to urban concealment, hiding specific access points rather than the entire structure, reflects the Ministry's nature as a public institution serving the entire wizarding community. While Grimmauld Place could limit access to a small number of specifically approved individuals, the Ministry must process hundreds of employees and visitors daily while maintaining adequate security. The resulting protection philosophy prioritizes controlling and monitoring entry points rather than concealing the entire facility from all potential observers. The Ministry's interior security measures reveal another significant difference from Grimmauld Place. While the Black family home relied primarily on ancient, passive protective enchantments that operated continuously without human intervention, the Ministry employs active security administered by dedicated personnel. Visitors must submit their wands for registration upon entry, pass through magical detection gates, and interact with security staff who assess potential threats. This human element introduces potential vulnerabilities through error or corruption, but allows for adaptive response to specific security situations in ways that Grimmauld Place's more static defenses cannot match. Perhaps the most secure location in magical Britain is Gringotts Wizarding Bank, whose protection represents a different philosophical approach from either Grimmauld Place or Hogwarts. Unlike these locations, which rely primarily on magical concealment and protective enchantments, Gringotts emphasizes magical consequences for attempted breaches. While the bank is protected by powerful spells, its security philosophy centers on ensuring that anyone who manages to overcome those initial barriers faces increasingly dire magical repercussions. The deeper vaults of Gringotts illustrate this approach clearly. Rather than simply preventing unauthorized access through impenetrable barriers, the bank employs cascading magical punishments, waterfalls that cancel concealment enchantments, multiplying treasure that burns and buries would-be thieves, and dragons guarding the most valuable vaults. Compared to Grimmauld Place's emphasis on preventing detection and entry in the first place, Gringotts assumes breach attempts will occur and focuses on making success effectively impossible through layers of consequences rather than perfect prevention. This distinction reflects the different threats each location faces. Grimmauld Place, as headquarters for a resistance organization during wartime, needed primarily to prevent discovery by specific hostile forces. Gringotts, as a financial institution serving the entire wizarding world, must protect against opportunistic theft attempted by a wide variety of potential perpetrators with diverse magical capabilities. The bank's approach acknowledges that with such a broad threat landscape, no single set of preventative measures can anticipate all possible attack vectors. The humble burrow, home of the Weasley family, offers perhaps the most interesting contrast to Grimmauld Place's elaborate protections. Prior to the Second Wizarding War, the burrow employed only the most basic magical security, enough to prevent Muggle detection and ensure family privacy, but nothing approaching the layered defenses of an ancient pure-blood dwelling. This minimal approach reflected both the Weasleys' limited resources and their fundamentally different attitude toward magical security, prioritizing warmth and accessibility over exclusion and concealment. When the Second Wizarding War escalated, however, the burrow received significant security upgrades from the Ministry of Magic, transforming it into what Molly Weasley described as the safest house in Britain, after Hogwarts and Grimmauld Place. These protections included a variety of defense, Malv charms and jinxes forming a protective boundary around the property, but notably did not attempt to make the house unplottable or conceal it from view, maintaining the Weasleys' philosophical preference for visibility and accessibility despite the increased security needs. The differences between the burrow's wartime protection and Grimmauld Place's security highlight the influence of time on magical defenses. The Black family home benefited from centuries of accumulated enchantment, layer upon layer of protection, added by generations of magically gifted residents. The burrow's protections, though implemented by skilled ministry workers, lacked this historical depth, representing a rapid security response rather than organically developed protection. This distinction manifested in the burrow's vulnerability during the wedding of Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour, when Death Eaters breached its protection following the Ministry's fall, a catastrophic failure unlikely to have occurred with Grimmauld Place's deeper, more historically embedded defenses. Another significant protected location in Wizarding Britain is Azkaban Prison, whose security philosophy diverges dramatically from all previously discussed examples. Unlike Hogwarts, Grimmauld Place, or the Ministry, Azkaban relied primarily on magical creatures, specifically Dementors, rather than enchantments for its security. This dependence on sentient guardians, rather than spellwork, created a fundamentally different protection dynamic, one that proved catastrophically vulnerable when the Dementors transferred their allegiance to Voldemort during the Second Wizarding War. The contrast between Azkaban's creature-based security and Grimmauld Place's enchantment-based protection illuminates an important principle in magical defense. Diversification of protective methods provides resilience against specific vulnerabilities. Grimmauld Place's layered approach, combining ancient family enchantments, modern protective spells, a Fidelius charm, and various magical objects, ensured that no single compromise would completely defeat its security. Azkaban's over-reliance on a single protection method, however powerful, created a catastrophic vulnerability when that method was subverted. Magical homes other than Grimmauld Place and the Burrow demonstrate additional approaches to wizarding security. Malfoy Manor, like Grimmauld Place, represented an ancient pure-blood dwelling with generations of protective enchantment. Yet its security philosophy differed significantly from the Black family home, where Grimmauld Place emphasized concealment and invisibility. Malfoy Manor projected visible grandeur and intimidation, its grounds patrolled by white peacocks and its gates enchanted to recognize authorized visitors. This more ostentatious approach reflected the Malfoy family's different social strategy, seeking to impress and influence wizarding society, rather than withdraw from it in splendid isolation as the Blacks had done. Shell Cottage, Bill and Fleur Weasley's home, presents yet another variation in magical protection. Located on a remote cliffside overlooking the sea, the cottage relied significantly on its isolated natural location as a first line of defense, a strategy unavailable to urban dwellings like Grimmauld Place. When Bill became secret keeper for Shell Cottage under a Fidelius charm, this natural isolation combined with magical concealment created security comparable to Grimmauld Place's but through a different balance of elements, emphasizing physical remoteness over historical layers of enchantment. Beyond Britain, international magical locations offer further perspectives on protective strategies. Beauxbatons Academy in France, Durmstrang Institute in Northern Europe, and Ilvermorny School in North America each developed security approaches suited to their cultural contexts and physical environments. Durmstrang's extreme approach to concealment, its exact location remaining unplottable even to most of the wizarding world, contrasts with Beauxbaton's more open but still carefully protected palace. These variations demonstrate the cultural influences on magical security, with different wizarding societies developing distinctive traditions of protective magic. The protection of commercial areas like Diagon Alley offers another interesting contrast to Grimmauld Place's private security. These spaces must balance accessibility for legitimate customers with security against darker elements of wizarding society. The result is typically a layered approach, the alley itself hidden from Muggle detection behind the leaky cauldron, individual shops protected with specialized enchantments suited to their particular merchandise, and the overall area benefiting from the collective magical presence of numerous witches and wizards whose combined ability could respond to most threats. One final comparison worth considering is between Grimmauld Place and the ancestral home of another ancient wizarding family, the Lovegoods. Their rook-shaped house near Ottery St. Catchpole represented a dramatically different approach to magical dwelling. While undoubtedly protected by various enchantments, the Lovegood home made no attempt at concealment, standing visibly distinctive in the countryside. Its protection seemed to emphasize magical harmony with the environment rather than defense against specific threats, perhaps incorporating Xenophilius's belief in the protective power of the Erumpent Horn, actually an Erumpent Horn displayed in their living room. This more eccentric, personalized approach to magical security stands in stark contrast to the systematic, historically accumulated protections of Grimmauld Place. What emerges from these comparisons is a recognition that magical protection, like magic itself, reflects the character, resources, and priorities of those who implement it. Grimmauld Place's defenses, layered, ancient, focused on concealment and exclusion, perfectly embodied the Black family's paranoid pure-blood ideology and their desire to separate themselves from the world they increasingly disdained. When these protections were adapted by the Order of the Phoenix, they maintained their fundamental character while being redirected toward a different purpose, protecting those fighting against the very ideology that had inspired the original enchantments. This adaptability, the capacity for ancient protection to serve new purposes while maintaining its essential nature, represents perhaps the most remarkable quality of magical security. Like the houses themselves, the enchantments that guard wizarding dwellings contain echoes of their creators' intentions, while continuing to evolve under new ownership and in response to new threats. As night settles fully over London, wrapping Grimmauld Place in velvet darkness, consider how the diverse approaches to magical protection across Wizarding Britain reflect not merely practical security concerns, but deeper philosophical questions about visibility and concealment, exclusion and accessibility, prevention and consequence. In the different ways that wizards choose to guard their spaces, do we not glimpse their fundamental beliefs about their place in the world and their relationship to those around them? And might we not find, in the gradual transformation of these protections over time, hope that even the most deeply embedded magical intentions can eventually be turned toward more inclusive and enlightened purposes? Chapter 12. The Legacy of Grimmauld Place. In the quiet aftermath of the Second Wizarding War, as magical Britain began the long process of healing and rebuilding, the fate of Number 12 Grimmauld Place remained a question unresolved in the immediate chaos of victory. The ancient townhouse, having served as sanctuary and headquarters, having harbored both the darkness of the Black family legacy and the light of resistance against Voldemort, stood at a crossroads of possibility. Its future would be determined not merely by legal ownership, but by the deeper question of what such a magically significant dwelling might become when the urgent need for its protection had passed. Harry Potter, as the legitimate magical owner of Grimmauld Place, faced decisions about the house that extended beyond simple property management. The townhouse represented both a valuable asset and a complex magical responsibility, a dwelling saturated with centuries of enchantment, whose future disposition would affect not only its physical structure, but the potent magic contained within its walls. The choices made about Grimmauld Place would determine whether its considerable magical protection would continue to serve a purpose, or gradually fade into historical curiosity. In considering the legacy of Grimmauld Place, we must first acknowledge the profound psychological impact the house had on those who dwelled within it, particularly during its years as Order headquarters. For Sirius Black, forced to return to his childhood home after escaping Azkaban, the house represented a second imprisonment, its walls holding memories of family rejection and cruelty that contributed to his mental decline during confinement there. The gloomy atmosphere, dark decorations, and lingering enchantments reflecting generations of pure-blood ideology created an environment that wore on his already fragile psychological state. This psychological burden extended beyond Sirius to affect all who spent significant time within Grimmauld Place. Order members reported feeling a subtle but persistent malaise during extended stays, a heaviness of spirit that seemed to emanate from the house itself. Young visitors like the Weasley children and Hermione Granger noted disturbing dreams during overnight stays, often featuring the more macabre decorative elements of the house in nightmarish scenarios. Even Albus Dumbledore, not easily affected by magical atmospheres, was observed to spend only the minimum necessary time within the house, conducting Order business efficiently before departing. This psychological effect raises profound questions about the nature of magical dwellings and their capacity to absorb and reflect the ideologies of long-term inhabitants. Magical theorists have long debated whether the apparent personality of ancient wizarding homes represents merely the accumulated enchantments of previous owners, or something more fundamental, a kind of limited sentience developing through centuries of magical saturation. Grimmauld Place, with its palpable atmosphere of gloom and its resistance to cheerful modification, provides compelling evidence for the latter interpretation. If wizard dwellings indeed develop a form of magical consciousness over time, then the legacy of Grimmauld Place extends beyond its physical structure to encompass questions about the ethical treatment of semi-sentient magical constructs. Can a house with centuries of accumulated magical identity be simply renovated to serve new purposes, or does its established magical nature deserve consideration in decisions about its future? The question becomes particularly significant when considering a dwelling like Grimmauld Place, whose magical identity developed in service to ideology now recognized as harmful and prejudiced. Beyond these philosophical considerations lie practical questions about the future utility of Grimmauld Place's extraordinary magical protection. The specific defensive enchantments that made the townhouse an ideal Order headquarters, its unplottability, its resistance to magical detection, its layers of protection against intrusion, represent magical knowledge and implementation of considerable value. Even after the defeat of Voldemort, the wizarding world contained threats that might justify maintaining such a securely protected location for potential future need. The house's connection to the Black family legacy presented another dimension of its potential future significance. As one of the few surviving dwellings of an ancient pure-blood family, Grimmauld Place contained historical and magical artifacts of considerable cultural importance. The library alone housed texts unavailable elsewhere, some containing magical knowledge that, while developed in service to questionable ideologies, might contain valuable insights adaptable to more beneficial purposes. The preservation of this knowledge, properly contextualized and ethically managed, represented a potential contribution to wizarding cultural heritage. In practical terms, the post-war legacy of Grimmauld Place encompassed several possible paths, each with its own magical and cultural implications. One option would be complete renovation, a magical cleansing and physical restructuring that would attempt to remove the darker elements of the house's legacy while preserving its structural integrity and beneficial protections. Such renovation would require extraordinarily skilled magical contractors, as the layered enchantments of centuries could not simply be removed without potentially destabilizing the entire magical foundation of the dwelling. Successful magical renovation of this kind would need to distinguish between the house's inherent protective magic and the ideological enchantments that reflected the Black family's pure-blood supremacist views. Certain protective elements, the Muggle-repelling charms, the raw resistance to magical detection, the durability enchantments on the structure itself, could be preserved and even enhanced while removing or neutralizing enchantments designed to recognize and privilege pure-blood visitors or create discomfort for those of different heritage. Another potential legacy for Grimmauld Place would involve repurposing the house toward educational or institutional use. With its extensive library, numerous rooms, and exceptional security, the townhouse could serve as a specialized research facility, perhaps dedicated to the study of defensive magic or the ethical examination of historical magical practices. Such repurposing would transform the house's legacy from one of exclusive private privilege to public magical benefit, while maintaining the valuable protective enchantments that make it unique. One particularly fitting possibility would be the establishment of Grimmauld Place as a permanent memorial and museum dedicated to resistance against Voldemort. As the former headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, the house witnessed crucial moments in the struggle against dark magic. Preserved and properly curated, it could serve as an educational resource for future generations of witches and wizards, ensuring that the sacrifices made during both wizarding wars would be remembered and their lessons integrated into magical education. This memorial function would align with similar efforts undertaken at other sites of significant wartime magical activity. Just as the Ministry established a memorial at Hogwarts to commemorate those who fell during the Battle of Hogwarts, Grimmauld Place could stand as a testament to the less visible but equally crucial work of resistance carried out by the Order. The house's atmosphere of hidden secrecy would itself become part of the educational experience, helping visitors understand the conditions under which resistance operated during Voldemort's regime. For the remaining house-elf creature, Grimmauld Place's future held particular significance. His transformation from reluctant servant to willing guardian under Harry's ownership suggested the possibility of continued service in whatever new role the house might take. Having witnessed the dwelling's evolution from pure-blood sanctuary to resistance headquarters, Creature represented living continuity with its past while demonstrating capacity for adaptation to new purpose, a microcosm of the house's own potential transformation. The magical portrait of Walburga Black presented a more challenging aspect of Grimmauld Place's legacy. Her permanently affixed painting, with its tendency to scream abuse at those she deemed unworthy, embodied the most virulent aspects of the Black family ideology. Any repurposing of the house would need to address this literal manifestation of its problematic past. Options ranged from magical containment, permanently sealing the curtains with enhanced silencing charms, to more creative solutions, redecorating the hallway as an educational exhibit on historical pureblood prejudice, with Walburga herself serving as a primary example. From a broader cultural perspective, the legacy of Grimmauld Place offers insights into how wizarding society might address its complicated relationship with historical buildings containing both valuable protection and problematic ideological enchantments. As magical Britain emerged from the shadow of Voldemort's influence, many ancient wizarding dwellings faced similar questions of preservation versus renovation, historical accuracy versus ethical contemporary use. The decisions made about Grimmauld Place could establish precedents for addressing these complex issues throughout the wizarding world. For Harry Potter personally, Grimmauld Place represented a connection to his godfather Sirius Black, and through him, to the extended wizarding family he had never known in life. Whatever practical decisions might be made about the house's future use, this emotional connection remained an important aspect of its legacy. The house stood as a physical link to Harry's magical heritage, not through blood as the Blacks would have valued it, but through the chosen family connections that proved more meaningful in his life. In the quieter years following Voldemort's defeat, as the need for secret headquarters faded and the wizarding world rebuilt its institutions under more ethical leadership, Grimmauld Place's extraordinary protection found new purpose. Rather than sheltering resistance fighters, it could protect historical knowledge. Rather than hiding members of the Order, it could preserve memories of their courage. Rather than serving as reluctant prison for Sirius Black, it could stand as memorial to his sacrifice and contribution. The transformation of Grimmauld Place from dark, oppressive dwelling to meaningful historical site would not happen quickly or easily. The deep-seated magic of centuries cannot be rapidly redirected, and the accumulated atmosphere of generations of Black family occupation would resist immediate change. Yet in this gradual process of magical renovation, something profound might emerge, a demonstration that even the most entrenched magical darkness can, with patience and purpose, be reclaimed for light. As dawn breaks over London, and the first rays of sunlight filter through the grimy windows of number 12 Grimmauld Place, illuminating dust motes drifting through rooms once filled with whispered plans of resistance, consider the remarkable journey of this singular magical dwelling, from proud pure-blood mansion to desperate hiding place, from symbol of magical prejudice to sanctuary for those fighting against that very ideology. The house has witnessed the full spectrum of wizarding history. In the end, might not the true legacy of Grimmauld Place lie not in stone and enchantment, but in this demonstration of magic's capacity for redemption and renewal? As we ourselves drift towards sleep, could there be a more comforting thought than the possibility that no darkness, magical or mundane, is beyond the transformative power of light?